the state attorney.
Good morning. Pedro Matos with the Public Defender.
Thank you. And I'm going to try and connect to the interpreter, so please answer.
And that was our problem over the week.
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa, Assistant Vice Spanish Court Interpreter.
Good morning, Mr. Figueroa. Have you been sworn in today?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Okay, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do. Alan Figueroa, Assistant Vice Spanish Court Interpreter.
Thank you. And you are remoting into the BRC2. So just let me know when the defendant can hear you.
The defendant can hear me, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, Ms. Bush?
And, Your Honor, we do have some victims that are going to need the services
Okay.
of the interpreter
All
as
right,
well.
all right, thank you. All right, good morning, ma'am. Can you tell me your name, please?
Good morning, Ariana Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, you are here in 2020 CF 9258AO. It's an aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in your case. And I believe we do have a witness here. And do you, Ms. Bush, do you need the interpreter as well, sir?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay. And you're very tall, so you're going to have to get a little closer to the microphone. I know it's awkward. Can you tell me your name and spell your last name for me, please?
Javier Gomez Rodriguez.
All right. Mr. Gomez Rodriguez. Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Your Honor, first I just need clarification. Are we speaking on the Cruz Fernandez case?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez is not listed as a victim on the state's victim page.
Is it Javier Gomez Rodriguez?
Yes,
I
Your
think
Honor.
he has a second last name that maybe was not added. I'm showing victim Javier Gomez, first sentence, second sentence in the affidavit.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. They listed the defendant as the victim.
They did.
Yeah.
On the
So,
victim sheet, yes. But he's in the
Thank you.
affidavit, yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez, good morning.
Good morning.
What is your relationship with Miss Cruz Fernandez?
She's my girlfriend.
Do you all live together?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you afraid of her?
No.
Do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in a relationship with
2
her?
years and a half.
And over the course of those 3.5 years, has there ever been any kind of violence that required law enforcement to come to the residence or to your assistance?
Not of this case.
Do you believe that alcohol or any kind of controlled substance contributed to her behavior, which would include, sir, not taking prescribed medication?
It might be. I'm not a doctor.
Okay, but based on your observations, you do not believe, or you do believe, that some kind of substance might have contributed to her behavior?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Matos, do you have any questions for Mr. Gomez Rodriguez?
Just one. Mr. Gomez, you said that you were not scared of Miss Cruz Fernandez. My only question is, if something like this would happen again, would you feel comfortable enough calling the police?
Yes.
And would you like the court to assign non-hostile contact between the two of you?
Let me make sure what I read in here. Yeah, that's okay. That's the one that I was asking for.
Well, Your Honor, based on the statements of the victim, I would like to ask the court for non-hostile contact between the two, and also to ask for my client to be interviewed for PTR.
Okay. I just have a couple questions, sir. It's indicated on what was stated to corrections that that she is no longer living at the residence. Is that correct?
She's been living with me all the
Okay.
time until she was arrested.
Right now, has she moved out?
No, not yet.
Okay. Or have you moved out? Because I'm getting information that she told corrections that you said that you're no longer moving with her.
Well, we have a contract together. We have a leasing on the new apartment, and we were on the moving on right now.
Okay, because yeah, I mean the situation revolves around being with a U-Haul and some moving, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Your Honor.
So, is it your intent to continue to stay with her?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And has there been any other, not that police have been involved, but has there been any other physical altercations between the two of you in your relationship?
No,
None whatsoever.
no,
And you're not in fear?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And I know, Mr. Matos, you don't have the benefit of speaking with your client, but it seems as though I'm just a little confused as to what she's talking about. I don't know if she just doesn't want to have contact as to corrections, so I don't know. I'm just confused here as to if she's intending to not want to have contact, then I'm inclined to not have.
I understand, Your Honor. Ms. Cruz Fernandez, can you hear me? Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Would you like to have contact with Mr. Gomez?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order non-hostile, non-violent contact. Ms. Cruz, that means that you are not to get physical in any aggressive manner. That means you're not to hit him, touch him inappropriately, get in his face, go at him with any knife or any other weapon, throw anything at him. You're not to say mean things to him or be disrespectful. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances or any alcohol without a valid prescription. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Will she qualify for pretrial release now? Okay, so I'm going to place her in pretrial release and make sure that you comply with the court order as well as what pretrial release requires you to do, ma'am. She should be ready to be picked up in a couple hours, so you can call back corrections if you want to come and get her. I don't know what time she'll be ready, and you'll be waiting for hours if you wait here.
I don't have a car on the moment,
Okay.
so I will have to be waiting for a phone call.
Yes.
I'll be
Okay.
handling the situation with the car.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I will
Thank
be
you,
on, ma'am.
sir.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Jonathan Rios.
Miss.
Riano.
Okay, Mr. Riano, you're here in 2020 CF 9282AO. You're arrested for tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, trespass in a dwelling, and battery domestic violence. I do find probable cause. We do have a witness here. Ma'am, do you need the services of the interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor, she does.
Okay. So, Mr. Interpreter, I don't know if it's easier for you to have the defendant take his headphones off because you'll be translating it for.
Yes,
Oh.
Your Honor. I'll be doing it consecutively over the speaker.
Okay, so you want me to have him take his headphones off?
I already instructed him, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, and good morning, ma'am. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please?
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura decir la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí, lo juro.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down.
Baje la mano.
And can you tell me your name and spell your last name for me, please?
Dígame su nombre y deletree su apellido, por favor.
Francis Marlene Vivas Flores.
Francis Marlene Vivas Flores.
All right. And Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire or did you want me to do that?
With the
Licenciada, ¿desea
interpreter
indagar?
cases, if Your Honor would be so kind.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Vivas, how do you know Mr. Riano?
Señora Vives, ¿de dónde conoce usted al señor Riano?
De mi trabajo.
From work.
Okay.
Y éramos pareja.
And we were a couple.
Okay. And you're not together any longer, is that correct?
Y ya no están juntos, ¿correcto?
No, correcto.
No.
Are you afraid of him?
¿Siente usted temor de él?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Bush, did you have any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Matos?
Licenciada, ¿tiene usted
No,
alguna
Your Honor.
pregunta? No, señor Matos, no.
Hold on. Well, you got to wait for him to finish translating.
No.
No? Okay.
No, sí, señor. Bien.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I am ordering no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. Mr.
Bien, gracias,
Riano, I'll
señora.
have you sign the no contact order, please.
Emitirá una orden de prohibición de contacto con la víctima. Señor Riano firmará la orden de prohibición de contacto.
Did you understand everything on that form, sir?
¿Entendió todo lo que consta en ese formulario, señor? Yes.
You're to maintain a separate residence.
Debe buscarse otro paradero.
You're not to return back to the victim's residence.
No puede regresar a la vivienda de la víctima.
You're to abide by the trespass warning that you were issued.
Debe acatarse a la advertencia que le dieron por entrada ilícita.
You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de ningún tipo de arma ni municiones.
I am going to place you in pretrial release.
Se le emitirá la libertad provisional.
You need to make sure you comply with my orders and pretrial release. If you violate any of those orders, your release may be revoked.
Debe cumplir con mis órdenes y con las condiciones de la libertad provisional. Si usted incumple con cualquiera de las dos, se revocará la libertad que se le ha emitido.
Did you understand everything that I just explained to you?
¿Lo entendió todo, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Bien, gracias.
Oh, okay. All right. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Eric Sepúlveda Torres.
Eric Sepulveda Torres.
All right, Mr. Sepulveda Torres, you're here for an arraignment. The public defender was previously appointed in your case. In 2020 MM 4437AO. It looks like the state filed an information in your case charging you with resisting an officer without violence, which is a misdemeanor of the first degree, and driving while license suspended. It's a misdemeanor of the second degree. These were alleged to have occurred on June 15th, 2020. And are you on probation, sir?
No.
Okay. Do we know if there's any other related felony case?
There is not, Your Honor.
Okay. And was there an offer, Ms. Bush, to resolve the case today?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm
And
showing
the-
49 days in.
And the offer is an adjudication of guilt, 60 days, Orange County Jail. Do not drive without a valid driver's license, and court costs.
All right, let me just take a look at the driving history real quick and see if this is a good idea.
And the state could not find an additional driving while license is suspended. The license was suspended or revoked for an 893 suspension.
Okay, I don't have a driving record up here. Do we have a driving history or know if he has any? I don't have a face sheet or anything, so I can't tell whether or not this would habitualize him. I'm sorry? I don't have it up here. It was not printed out. Thank you so much. All right. So I am showing a prior driving while license suspended pled out on June 27th, 2018. And there is a DUI as well, 2013. And also a DUI in 2013. All right, so, wait, this is Jesus Arriaga Vasquez. This is
Your
not-
Honor, the state has
I have
a driving history in front of me.
This is
I-
not Eric Sepulveda Torres. I don't have the right driving record. That would be,
And Your Honor, the state can print this for you.
okay, thank you. Huh? Yeah, but I don't know if it's active. Is it updated?
It's in the traffic case. It's from 7-2.
Is
All
that
right.
the driving record? Your Honor?
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got one, I think, from the CT case. All right. All right, so I show no prior driving while license suspended cases. Ms. Bush, is there a reason for the 60-day offer?
The facts that are alleged in the resisting with communication with law enforcement officers, that was the resolution that the state is conveying. And those facts being that a traffic stop was attempted. There was an acceleration of the vehicle, and then Mr. Sepulveda exited the vehicle, began running through a motel, and ran through the motel, jumped over a fence, entered the woods where law enforcement had to search for him and found him hiding in the woods, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sepulveda, did you want to accept the state's offer of 60 days? You have credit for 49 days time served. Is he able to hear?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And I have to explain to you that driving while license suspended is an enhanceable offense. So if you get 3 convictions or adjudications withheld within 5 years, your license will be suspended for 5 years. So this is strike 1. So if you get 2 more within a 5-year period, you can lose your license. If you get 2, the third one can then become a felony. Do you understand?
Sí, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you read the plea form before you came into court?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you understand everything on the plea form?
Yes.
Do you understand all the rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
No.
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I do find a factual basis based on the affidavits in both the CT case as well as the MM case. I am going to adjudicate you guilty on each count, sentence you to 60 days in the Orange County Jail with 49 days credit for time served. Those counts will run concurrent. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license. I'll order that you pay your court costs by August 3rd, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentences of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you, sir. Good luck. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Noel Jesús Arriega.
Okay, sir, you're here in 2020 CF 8995AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was previously found for robbery with a firearm and 2 counts, or an aggravated battery with a firearm and aggravated assault with a firearm. And I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in your case. We're going to go back to that one. You've also got 2020 CT 1990AO, and that's a failing to appear. And you failed to appear for your arraignment. The judge did give you a bond of $750 in that matter. Does he have the public defender? Do we know in that case? I'm going to appoint the public defender in that case as well. I can also revoke on that, so I'm going to make that decision in a little bit. It's an out on release case. So, Ms. Bush, did you wish to be heard as to bond on count 1 on the robbery with a firearm?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would ask the court to take into consideration the sworn affidavit to issue the arrest warrant. In that affidavit, the victim, who Mr. Arriaga Vasquez is personally known to, stated that Mr. Arriaga Vasquez was one of 6 individuals that did strike him with the handle of, pointed a firearm at him, told him that he was going to kill him, and struck him with the firearm, and struck him multiple times after taking, or in order to take his money. The state would ask the court to find that proof is evident, or presumption is great, that Mr. Arriaga Vasquez is the individual so identified by the victim in this case, and hold him at no bond regarding this matter.
All right. Mr. Matos?
Your Honor, the defense would like to reserve this for Arthur here in downtown and leave this at the court's discretion at this moment.
Okay. I do find, based on my review of the affidavit, that proof is evident or presumption is great. I am going to hold Mr. Arriaga Vasquez at no bond on count 1. Count 2 will remain at $10,000. Count 3 will be $150. Mr. Arriaga Vasquez, you are not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and you are not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred, as named in the affidavit. As it relates to 2020 CT 1990AO, I'm going to stay that bond at the $750. I'm not going to revoke his release on that matter. And you'll be able to have a bond hearing downtown, Mr. Arriaga, with your attorneys, and you can contact them at the number on that piece of paper, sir. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Ángel Enrique Duarte Porras. Enrique Duarte Porras.
Ángel Enrique Duarte Porras.
Sí.
All right. Good morning. And you are here in 2020 CF 9262AO. You're charged with attempted burglary of a conveyance. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. No contact with any victim or witness in the case. And it
Can I say
doesn't.
something?
I would not talk about the facts of the case, Mr. Duarte. You'll have an opportunity to talk about that with your attorneys. If you have a question about this proceeding, I can try and answer that for you. But if you want to talk about what happened or did not happen, you have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can and probably will be used against you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So, again, no return, no contact with any victims or witnesses. I am going to stay the bond at $3,500. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, Vera Franco bonded.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take no action. Do you need that case number, Mr. Interpreter, or?
If you would be so kind, Your Honor.
Sure, 2020 CF 9276AO, and that was Vieira Franco who bonded.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Luis Villanueva.
Good morning. Luis Villanueva.
All right, Mr. Villanueva, you're here in 2020 CF 9260AO. You were arrested for possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for those offenses. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I don't see why he would not qualify for pretrial release. Mr. Villanueva, where are you living right now? Do you have a home?
Vivo con mi primo en Milenio Palms, aquí en la Texas Avenue.
I live with my cousin at Millennial Palms on Texas Ave.
Okay, do you know that address?
Correctamente no me la sé, pero tengo en mi propiedad, en mi teléfono, tengo la dirección correcta.
I don't remember the exact address, but I have it down on my phone.
Okay, how long have you been living there?
2 meses y medio.
2.5 months.
Okay. And are you working?
Estuve trabajando en Taylor Farm, una compañía de sándwiches, de productos de comida, pero hoy empezaba mismo en una construcción ahí en la plaza donde me arrestaron.
I was working at a sandwich and food place, and today I had just started working at a construction site right there at the plaza where I was arrested.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Villanueva, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. I need to make sure that you understand that you need to show up to court for any future court dates. If you do not show up to court, you will get a warrant, and it may be that you will be held at no bond if you do not show up to court. Do you understand?
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
All right, I'm going to order that you get in touch with the public defender's office and provide them with your address, as well as the clerk's office within 24 hours of your release. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
That's how you'll get notice of any court dates, okay? If they don't have your address, then you may not get notice, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck, sir. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have one that the victim needs Spanish. Cervantes.
Okay, okay. So, Mr. Interpreter, the defendant apparently does not need the interpreter, but the victim does.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good
Can
morning.
you raise your right hand to be sworn in, ma'am?
Buenos días, levanta la mano derecha, por favor.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura decir la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí, lo juro.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Alejandro Cervantes.
Buenos días, señor. Dígame su nombre, por favor. Alejandro Cervantes.
Mr. Cervantes, you're here. You were arrested in 2020 CF 9239AO.
Bien, señor. Se encuentra aquí por el caso 20CF9239
for aggravated assault with a firearm, domestic violence.
por intimidación calificada con arma de fuego en violencia doméstica.
I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Determino que existe indicio de criminalidad y se le asignará defensor público para que lo represente.
And then we do have a witness. She's been sworn in. Good morning, ma'am. Can you tell me your name and spell your last name, please?
Buenos
Tenemos
días, mi
acá
nombre
la
es Juliana Uzcategui.
Well, ma'am, you're going to have to wait for him to translate if
Okay.
you need the interpreter.
Ok.
Bien, señora, si necesita el intérprete, tiene que esperar a que yo termine. Dígame
Ok.
su nombre, por favor, deletreando su apellido.
Juliana Uzcategui. Uzcategui.
Juliana Uzcategui. Uzcategui.
All right. And then, Ms. Bush, did you want to inquire of the witness?
Licenciada, ¿desea indagar de la testigo?
Yes, Your Honor, because she was present this weekend as well.
Sure.
Sí, señoría, porque estuve presente este fin de semana también.
Ma'am, what is your relationship with Mr. Cervantes?
Señora, ¿cuál es su parentesco con el señor Cervantes?
Él es mi novio, mi pareja.
He's my boyfriend, my partner.
And you all reside together?
¿Viven juntos?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you afraid of Mr. Cervantes?
¿Siente usted temor del señor Cervantes?
No.
No.
How long have you been with Mr. Cervantes?
¿Hace cuánto está usted con el señor Cervantes?
Casi año y medio.
Almost a year and a half.
And over that year and a half, has there been any kind of violence between the two of you?
Y en el transcurso de ese año y medio, ¿ha habido algún evento de violencia entre ustedes?
No.
No.
Do you all reside together?
¿Viven juntos?
Sí.
Yes.
Does anyone else live in the home with you?
¿Vive alguien más en la casa con ustedes?
Es su papá, el dueño de la casa.
His father, the owner of the house.
Do you believe that alcohol or any kind of controlled substance contributed to Mr. Cervantes' behavior?
¿Cree usted que el alcohol o algún tipo de droga o sustancia regulada tuvo algo que ver con el comportamiento del señor Cervantes?
El alcohol. No
Alcohol.
toma más nada. O sea, el
Y-
alcohol. Ese día tomó alcohol.
He doesn't take anything else, but that day he drank alcohol.
And if something like this were to happen again, and you felt that your safety was threatened, would you call law enforcement?
Y si algo parecido a esto volviese a ocurrir en un futuro y usted se sienta amenazada, ¿llamaría usted a la policía?
Lo que pasó fue que tuvimos una discusión todo el día y yo cuando llamé a emergencias, yo estaba demasiado histérica, estresada y dije una cantidad de cosas que bueno, que ya cuando llegó el oficial yo le aclaré las cosas, que fue lo que dije el día de ayer.
What happened is that day we had been arguing the entire day, and by the time I called the emergency line, I was hysterical, I was stressed out, and I said a lot of things that when the officer showed up, I tried to clarify, like I said in the statement.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
My question is, if something like this happens again, and you felt that your safety was threatened, would you call law enforcement for assistance?
Bien, señora, pero mi pregunta es, si algo como esto vuelve a ocurrir en el futuro y usted se siente amenazada o siente su seguridad amenazada, ¿llamaría usted a la policía para que la ayude?
Sí.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
No tengo más preguntas. Gracias, señor.
Mr. Matos, any questions for
Señor
the
Mat-
witness?
Yes,
Señor
Your
Matos,
Honor.
¿alguna pregunta para la testigo? Sí, su señoría.
Uscater?
Buscate, sí.
Scottery. Mr. Scottery, you just said that you said a lot of things. My question is, did he threaten you to go get a gun?
Señor Uzcategui, usted acaba de mencionar que dijo muchas cosas. ¿En algún momento él la amenazó a usted con agarrar un arma?
No, él nunca de amenazarme ni de apuntarme con el arma.
No, he never threatened me nor pointed at me with a gun.
So do you want to have contact with Mr. Cervantes?
¿Desea usted tener contacto con el señor Cervantes?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Cervantes, do you wish to have contact with Miss Uzcategui?
Yes, of
Señor
course.
Cervantes. Señor Cervantes, ¿desea usted tener contacto con la señorita Uzcategui? Sí, por supuesto.
Your Honor, based on the statement and the information we've gathered from the victim and as well from my client, I would ask at this point that the court finds for a non-hostile contact order between the
Señoría,
two. And I
Dado
can't-
I'm sorry, counsel. Dado el testimonio de la testigo, al igual que el testimonio del acusado, quisiera pedir en este momento que se emita una orden de prohibición de contacto hostil entre ellos.
That'll be all, Your Honor.
Eso sería todo.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for your testimony today. I do know that you've been here twice, and I appreciate you coming to court to testify.
Gracias, señora, por estar aquí presente. Sé que ya ha tenido que venir 2 veces y le agradezco por comparecer hoy y dar su testimonio.
Based on my review of the affidavit, however, I am going to order no contact today, and that can be changed at a later date in writing by a judge downtown.
Pero basado en lo que he leído en el affidavit, voy a emitir una orden de prohibición de contacto. Eso puede cambiar más adelante a través de una orden judicial de un juez en el centro.
Do you know if he has any other firearms in the residence or anywhere else?
¿Sabe usted si él tiene alguna otra arma dentro de la propiedad o en algún otro sitio?
No.
No.
Okay. And so, Mr. Cervantes, I'm going to have you sign the no contact order. I think you may have signed it. Did you understand everything in that form, sir?
Yes, the only thing that we work together.
Okay.
Bien, señor Cervantes. Señor Cervantes, ¿se le ha entregado el formulario de la orden de prohibición de contacto? ¿Entendió todo lo que consta en ese formulario? Sí, lo entiendo, pero la única duda que tengo es, nosotros trabajamos juntos
And when
todos
you,
los días.
when you say work together, what do you mean by that? And let him interpret and then answer.
Cuando dice trabajamos juntos, ¿a qué se refiere con eso?
We're painters.
Somos pintores.
And so you work as painters together on specific jobs?
Trabajan como pintores juntos entonces en trabajos específicos.
Yes, that's correct. But right now we're working in Tampa from Monday through Friday.
Correcto, y por el momento estamos trabajando en Tampa de lunes a viernes.
Okay. Well, until this order is changed in writing, you're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with her. Do you understand that?
Bueno, hasta que cambie esta orden, usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con ella, ya sea directa o indirectamente. ¿Lo ha entendido?
Yes, and when can I try and get that in writing?
Your attorneys will have to file a motion, and Mr. Matos, I'm sure he's going to contact your attorney today and let them know that you want them to file a motion to modify the contact order.
Bien,
Okay?
¿y cuándo puedo recibir eso por escrito? Su abogado radicará el pedimento y le informará a usted para que usted sepa entonces cuándo se podrá modificar esa orden de prohibición de contacto.
You're to maintain a separate residence.
Debe buscarse otro paradero.
You may return one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings that you may need.
Puede regresar una sola vez junto a las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
No weapons, firearms, or any ammunition.
0 armas, 0 municiones.
No alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription.
0 alcohol y 0 drogas a menos que sean recetadas por un médico.
If you have any other weapons or firearms at all in your possession or anywhere else, you'll need to surrender them to law enforcement within 6 hours of your release
Si
from the
usted tiene,
jail.
si usted tiene alguna otra arma, debe entregársela a las autoridades dentro de un plazo de 6 horas del momento en que salga de la cárcel.
And I'm going to place you in pretrial release with random urinalysis, so no drugs or any alcohol.
Y se le emitirá la libertad provisional sometiéndose a análisis de orina al azar, así que 0 alcohol, 0 drogas.
You'll be released today, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Usted saldrá hoy, ¿bien?
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
And I believe Mr. Curti Decalvaro, it says Portuguese, but in the affidavit, he indicated that to law enforcement, that his preferred language was Spanish, so I'm not sure if he's able to use the Spanish interpreter.
Yes.
Well, the person is going to contact, just like me.
Okay. Do you need the Spanish or Portuguese, sir?
Portuguese.
Okay, well, I think we have the interpreter on the line. Okay. And I want to ask, is anybody else, if you could, Mr. Interpreter, if you could ask anybody out in the audience if they need the Spanish interpreter to raise their right hand to be sworn in?
Sure thing, Your Honor. ¿Alguien más en
Sorry,
el público
razor.
necesita... Don't worry, Your Honor, I got you. ¿Alguien más en el público necesita el intérprete de español para testificar? Si es así, levanta la mano.
All right, I don't see any hands raised. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. I appreciate
Not a
your
problem,
help.
Madam.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, before the interpreter leaves, this morning, the victim in the Mixon case, the Gordon case, and the Perez case said that they needed interpreters, but I'm guessing they changed their minds.
Okay.
May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Are you still on the line, Mr. Interpreter? I think that he may have hung up.
Yeah. Thank
Okay, well, I think he
Thank
hung
you,
up
Your
anyway.
you. Okay.
Good morning, this is Judge Wish. Is this the Portuguese interpreter?
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Paulo Lara, Portuguese interpreter.
All right, it is very difficult to hear you. I don't know if there's any way that you can get a little bit closer to the phone or microphone and louder.
Can you hear me better now?
That's a little better, thank you.
Thank you.
And then, can you state your name and your ID number and whether you've been sworn in today?
I haven't been sworn in yet. My name is Paulo Lara, Portuguese interpreter.
I think you trailed off there.
Paulo, Paulo, last name Lara, Lara, Portuguese interpreter.
And do you have an ID number?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, this is not the language line. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're downtown or somewhere? Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize. And then can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to translate from English to Portuguese and Portuguese to English to the best of your ability?
Hello?
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 Hello? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes.
Do you swear to translate from English to Portuguese, from Portuguese to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do. Paulo Lara, Portuguese interpreter.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Bom dia, você pode dizer o seu nome, por favor?
Bom dia, meu nome é Pablo Curti de Carvalho.
Good morning, my name is Pablo Curti de Carvalho.
All right, sir, you're here in case number 2020 CF 9270.
Senhor, você está aqui hoje de manhã no caso 2020 CF 9270.
You were arrested for burglary of a dwelling, and I do find probable cause for that offense.
Você foi detido devido a ter invadido domínio.
You're cutting in and out, Mr. Interpreter. We cannot hear you.
Você está sendo acusado de ter invadido um domicílio e eu tenho evidências suficientes para comprovar isso.
All right, and I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in your case.
Could not hear it because it was.
You keep cutting in and out, so I don't know if it's your phone, but
I apologize, Your Honor.
what do you need me to say again so that he can hear?
What you just said before.
Okay.
After mentioning the burglary.
All right. So I find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender.
Eu encontro evidências prováveis e eu vou nomear advogado do Estado.
You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case.
Você não pode ter contato com nenhuma das vítimas ou pessoas envolvidas neste caso.
You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred.
Você não pode retornar ao local onde o evento ocorreu.
Ok.
Ok.
And your bond will be stayed at $5,000.
E a sua fiança será estipulada em $5.000.
Thank you, sir.
Obrigado, senhor.
All right, and I believe that was the only Portuguese that we had. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter.
You're welcome, Your Honor. May the interpreter be excused?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. So the curriculum is Vietnamese.
Okay, which, in this case, the FAM, okay.
Are we going to the Vietnamese?
Yeah, we're, Madam Clerk is gonna get, the interpreter on the line. But he speaks English, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Alright. Good morning. This is Judge Wish. Is this the Vietnamese interpreter?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
Okay. And have you been sworn in?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes.
Do you swear to translate from English to Vietnamese and Vietnamese to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so I have a defendant here for a domestic violence case. He does speak English. It's the victim that needs your services.
Okay, no problem.
So I'm going to ask that you interpret the entire proceeding so that she understands what's going on, okay?
Yes.
Okay, and first I'm going to have you swear her in. So, ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please?
Xin vui lòng chị đưa tay phải lên để tuyên thệ đi ạ.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Chị có dám tuyên thệ những lời khai sau đây là sự thật, chỉ sự thật không thôi?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
She can put her hand down.
Rồi để tay xuống đi.
And if you could let her know that she needs to wait for you to finish translating before she answers if she needs the interpreter services.
Okay. Nếu chị cần người thông dịch thì chị phải chờ người thông dịch xong rồi chị nói nha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Xin chào ông cho biết tên của ông đi.
My name? My name is Victor Fong.
Tên tôi là Victor Phong.
Mr. Pham, you're here in case number 2020 MM370AA.
Thì ông ở đây được xử trong cái hồ sơ là 2020 MM370AA.
You were arrested for domestic violence battery.
Thì ông bị bắt và bị phạt cái tội là như là hành hung trong gia đình.
I do find probable cause for that offense, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
Thì tôi thấy là cái hồ sơ này nó có công nhận là có chứng cứ, thành ra tôi sẽ cấp một người luật sư miễn phí để đại diện cho ông.
And now I'm going to take some testimony from the witness. Ma'am, can you state your name for me and spell your last name?
Bây giờ tôi sẽ lấy cái lời khai của người làm nhân chứng. Chị ơi, chị cho biết tên và cái họ của chị đi.
Dạ. Em tên Rosie Doe. Rosie, my first name R-O-S-I-E and last name Doe, D-O.
All right, ma'am, if you're going to need the interpreter, you're going to have to speak in Vietnamese. If you don't need the interpreter, then I will not use the services and we will not use the expense. So do you want the interpreter or not?
Yeah, we need.
Bây giờ nếu mà chị cần người thông dịch thì cho nó tiếng Việt, còn nếu mà không cần người thông dịch thì cho nó tiếng Anh trực tiếp thì đỡ tốn thời gian và đỡ tốn tiền mướn thông dịch. Chị muốn làm sao?
So you need to speak in Vietnamese.
I need an interpreter.
Okay, but she's not speaking in Vietnamese, so I need her to speak in Vietnamese.
Nhưng mà chị cần phải nói tiếng Việt chứ đừng có nói tiếng Anh nha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and so it's Rosie Pham, is that correct?
Tên là Rosie Phạm phải không?
Rosie Doe.
Rosie Doe.
Okay, Miss Doe. And Miss Bush, did you want me to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Miss Doe, how do you know Mr. Pham?
Chị làm sao biết ông Phạm vậy?
Dạ, tụi em chung sống với nhau đã 28 năm rồi anh.
Well, we've been living together for 28 years.
Are you afraid of him?
Chị có sợ ông ta không vậy?
Dạ không.
No, I'm not.
Do you want to have contact with him through the pending of this case?
Trong hồ sơ đang xử chưa có xong, chị có muốn tiếp tục liên lạc với ông ta không?
Dạ.
Yes.
Has there been any violence in your relationship prior to this incident?
Trước khi cái vụ này nó xảy ra hồi trước á, có những cái sự bạo động gì không?
Dạ không.
No.
Do you think that drugs or alcohol had any involvement in what happened?
Những cái chuyện mới xảy ra chị nghĩ là nó có liên quan tới rượu bia hay thuốc xã hội gì không?
Dạ chỉ có em nghĩ thì uống bia thôi.
I believe that there was beer involved in this alcohol.
And if something like this, or you felt threatened, were to happen again, would you feel comfortable calling law enforcement?
Nếu mà những cái chuyện này mà nó có xảy ra nữa đó, chị có cảm thấy được thoải mái để gọi cảnh sát không?
Dạ được.
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Bush, did you have any additional questions for Ms. Doe?
Bà Phước có câu hỏi gì cho bà Đỗ hay không? Thì bà ta nói có.
Ms. Doe, are there any other children that live in your home besides your 16-year-old daughter?
Có những đứa con nào khác ngoài cái đứa bé 16 tuổi ra không vậy? Ở trong nhà đó?
Dạ không. Em có 2 đứa con gái lớn đã có gia đình ở riêng rồi.
No, I have other two older adult children, and they already married and they move out already. So,
And Miss Doe, do you have any concerns about your 16-year-old witnessing violence between her parents that causes her to call law enforcement?
chị có cái sự lo lắng gì cho con gái mình không? Cái cháu 16 tuổi khi thấy những cái bạo động trong gia đình mà cháu phải gọi cảnh sát đó, chị có những cái sự lo lắng gì cho cháu không?
Dạ em cũng có lo lắng, nhưng mà em có nói chuyện với cháu rồi, thì đó là chuyện người lớn, thì để cha mẹ giải quyết. Cháu cũng bằng lòng, không có sao.
Yes, I do, but I already talked to her, and I advise her that this is between the parents in the family, so please stay away. And she agreed with that.
Okay, so your concern is just that she doesn't interfere, but your concern... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But your concern is not that your daughter is witnessing violence between her parents.
Chị thì chị có lo lắng là khuyên cháu đừng có nên chăm chú vào cái chuyện xảy ra trong gia đình mà người lớn. Nhưng mà chị không có lo lắng về vấn đề cháu chứng như là thấy những cái chuyện xảy ra tận mắt cháu, chị không có lo vấn đề đó sao?
Dạ thưa có, em có lo lắng. Em cố gắng là muốn cho chồng em một cái cơ hội là để sửa đổi lại, để cha mẹ sống cho đàng hoàng, cho con nó nhìn thấy để mà nó có tương lai sau này.
Yes, I do concern, and that's why I try my best to not let this happen again. And I already talked to my husband that we should do our best, to keep the family together and happy, so that it won't affect my daughter in her future.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rồi, cảm ơn chị.
Mr. Matos, do you have any questions for Ms. Doe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Và
Hold on. Let him.
ông có câu hỏi thắc mắc gì cho bà Đỗ hay không? Thì ông ta nói có.
Ms. Doe, you've been together with your husband 35 years?
Sir, interpreter, I do apologize. I'm not able to hear you well. Would you please repeat that?
I'm asking Ms. Doe if she's been with her husband 35 years as per the affidavit.
Trên cái giấy mà mình tuyên khai đó thì nói là mình đã ở với ông xã mình 35 năm hả?
Dạ không, có 28 năm thôi anh.
No sir, only 28 years.
And in all those 28 years, there was never any physical violence or any threats of violence between Mr. Fang and you, Ms. Doe.
Và theo chị, ngoài cái vụ này ra thì trong 28 năm qua không có những cái vụ gì khác xảy ra nữa hả? Giữa chị và ông ta hả?
Dạ không, chồng em đúng là một người chồng tốt, một người cha tốt. Nhưng chỉ có lần này là em thấy là tại vì chắc có uống bia, cho nên nóng nảy vậy thôi.
No sir, I mean my husband, he has been a very good husband and has been a very good father. It just the incident took place recently because he had some beers and he could not control his anger. That's all.
Are you scared of Mr. Fan or are you scared for your daughter of Mr. Fan?
Chị có sợ ông Phan hoặc là sợ cho cái sự an toàn của con gái mình không?
Dạ thưa có sợ, nhưng em đã nói là cố gắng là để cho chồng em một cái cơ hội để thay đổi. Dạ đừng có làm cho vợ con phải lo lắng nữa.
I mean, I do concern, but I spoke to my husband and I told him that I would give him a chance to to fix the problem and be a better person, and it won't happen again.
This is a question to Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang, do you want to have contact with your wife?
Yeah.
Ông Phan có muốn tiếp tục liên lạc với bà xã không? Thì ông ta nói có.
Yes, I want to contact to my wife.
Thì ông ta nói ông ta vẫn muốn tiếp tục liên lạc với bà xã ông ta.
Your Honor, based on the information we received from both the victim and her husband of 28 years, I would ask the court to have a non-hostile contact order at this time. And if at all possible, I would like to know if he's fit for PTR. I don't have enough information on the face sheet.
Thì xin tòa án thì bởi vì theo cái hồ sơ và theo lời hai người kể như vậy đã ở 28 năm thì tôi xin bỏ ra cái lệnh cách ly để họ tiếp tục liên lạc với nhau và bỏ đi cái trường hợp PPR này trong cái hồ sơ ghi rõ.
Alright, Ms. Doe, thank you for your testimony today.
Thì cảm ơn ông đã có cái lời khai bữa nay.
Mr. Pham, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case at this time.
Okay.
Nhưng mà tôi sẽ do nó interpret.
Like now,
Hello?
You need me to repeat
decided
that?
for contact or no contact.
I can't have you all talking over each other. So, Mr. Interpreter, do you need me to repeat what I said?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm ordering no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case.
Tôi ra lệnh là anh không có được quyền liên lạc với cái người trong cái hồ sơ này trực tiếp hay không trực tiếp. Những người trong hồ sơ này không có được liên lạc.
That can be changed in writing at a later date by a judge.
Tuy nhiên, một chút xíu nữa thì quan tòa sẽ viết một phần bản tường trình có thể thay đổi cái điều lệ này.
You're to maintain a separate residence.
Trong thời gian này là không có được ở chung với nhau.
You may return with law enforcement one time to get personal belongings that you may need.
Anh có thể quay lại cái nhà cũ để lấy đồ đạc riêng của anh với cảnh sát đi cùng.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription.
Trong thời gian này không có được dùng bia rượu hay thuốc xã hội nếu không có to của bác sĩ.
No weapons or firearms or any ammunition.
Không có được dùng bất cứ vật lưu trữ súng đạn hay vũ khí gì cả.
I don't know if Department of Children and Families was contacted in this matter. There was a 16-year-old individual who witnessed the incident.
Tôi không biết là cái văn phòng sở xã hội gia đình và trẻ em đã được báo cáo chưa, là bởi vì trong cái hồ sơ này có một cái đứa nhỏ dưới 18 tuổi, cái là chỉ có 16 tuổi, đứa con gái làm nhân chứng.
So if DCF does have an investigation, you must comply with that.
Nếu mà có cái văn phòng sở xã hội gia đình và trẻ em mà có nó liên lạc đó, thì ông cần phải hợp tác với họ.
I don't see any reason why he would not qualify for
He does
pretrial
qualify
release.
for PTR.
So
Thì ông ta có.
I'm going to order him into pretrial release with random urinalysis.
Thì tôi sẽ ra cái lệnh là thả ông ta ra theo những cái điều lệ ghi rõ ràng.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Cảm ơn ông và bà.
Dạ, cảm ơn bà chánh tòa.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would I be offered an interpreter today?
Yes, thank you so much.
You have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next on the list, Your Honor, Mr. Hopkins Ezekiel is medical.
And is it medical, because he was in the hospital?
It's medical, Your Honor.
Okay. So I am going to appoint the public, well, they were appointed yesterday or the 1st. They were appointed on the 1st by Judge Shoemaker already to represent Mr. Hopkins. And so we've got 2020 CF 9184. It was a warrant, and probable cause was found previously for 2 counts of first-degree murder. And and aggravated battery as to count 3. And Ms. Bush, counts 1 and 2 are capital offenses. Do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would ask the court to take into consideration the arrest affidavit to issue the warrant. In this matter, it is a sworn document. In that sworn document, the facts that are alleged in the document and confirmed by a surviving victim indicate that Mr. Hopkins was at the Windermere home. There appeared to be an attempt to burglarize or steal one of the victim's vehicles. One of the deceased victims went out to confront him and had a bat in hand. And the reason the state is giving these facts is because they come into play as to what Mr. Hopkins' statements were. And Mr. Hopkins ended up with that bat and did use that bat to beat the first decedent to death. When that person's son came out, he followed that son into the home, beat him to death, then beat the first decedent's wife. She is hospitalized. A 10-year-old victim or a 10-year-old house member hid in the closet. Mr. Hopkins was found by law enforcement inside the home, and Mr. Hopkins told law enforcement 2 things. One of his statements was somebody hit him with a bat. That connects Mr. Hopkins to the bat. And the second thing he told them was that he had ingested bleach. The state would ask the court to find that proof is evident or presumption is great that Mr. Hopkins is the individual that went to the victim's home, beat 2 victims to death, injured a 3rd victim, and the state would ask that the court hold him at no bond as to counts 1 and 2. He is entitled to a bond as to count 3.
Mr. Matos?
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to reserve this for Arthur here in downtown and leave bond at the court's discretion.
Okay, I'm going to hold him at no bond on counts 1 and 2. Count 3 will be $50,000, doubling the bond that's set currently. And he is not to return back to the victim's residence. No weapons, no firearms, no ammunition, no drugs, no alcohol without a valid prescription, no contact with any witness, any victim, or any of the victim's family members. Mr. Matos, did you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, good morning. Please tell me your name.
Nolly Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, you're here in 2020 CF 9279 AO. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, false imprisonment, domestic violence, and aggravated assault with a firearm, domestic violence. Did you find probable cause? I'll appoint the public defender. And can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Not you, sir. I'm sorry. There's a
Yes.
witness present. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're going to have to talk a little bit louder. If you
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
take the mask off in there, you can. It may be a little bit easier for me to hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for me, please?
Sabrina Spencer, Spencer.
All right, Ms. Spencer. And Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Spencer.
Good morning.
What is your relationship with Mr. Edwards?
He's my boyfriend.
Do you all live in the same home?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Are you afraid of Mr. Edwards?
No.
Do you want to have continued contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes.
How long have you been together with him?
2 years.
And over the course of those 2 years, has there ever been any kind of violence between the two of you?
No.
And if something like this were to happen again, would you feel comfortable calling law enforcement if you felt threatened?
Yes.
Do you believe that alcohol or any kind of controlled substance might have contributed to his behavior?
He doesn't drink or use alcohol, so no.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Matos?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Spencer, let me restate. You do want contact with Mr. Edwards at this point?
I do.
And based on the affidavit, when the police got to the house, sorry, Your Honor, just give me 1 second. You said that nothing had happened?
That's correct.
Your Honor, based on the affidavit and the statements from the victim, I would ask for no hostile contact at this point.
Is that it? I didn't know if you were, is that it? Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Spencer. I reviewed the affidavit. I'm not going to allow contact today. That will be something that will have to be changed in writing by a judge at a later date. So, Mr. Edwards, I'm going to have you sign the no contact order form. You're not to have any contact with the victim or any witnesses as alleged in the affidavit. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know if you're living together or not. The testimony is that you're not living together. Based on statements made by the defendant to law enforcement, he said that they did live together at that location and also at another location on Amelia. So I'm going to order that you maintain separate residences. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or ammunition. And if you have any weapons or any firearms, you'll need to surrender those to law enforcement within 6 hours of any release from the Orange County Jail. Your bond on count 1 will be $3,500, count 2 $1,000, and count 3 $1,000. You're out on bond for trafficking in 28 grams or more of cocaine in 2019 CF 14959AO. I am going to revoke the bond and set that at none at this time. You do have Mr. Quintana as your attorney on that matter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're going to have to get in touch with Mr. Quintana and have them file a motion to set bond for you in that case, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Gunn, is medical, Your Honor?
All right, I'm going to, is that medical?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to appoint the public defender for Ms. Gunn in 2020 CF 9246AO. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so she was arrested for aggravated assault, domestic violence, battery, and I do find probable cause. I don't see any witnesses present. I am ordering no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses. She must maintain a separate residence, and she can return one time with law enforcement to get her personal belongings. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Count 1 is $3,500. Count 2 is $500. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Gregory Hodge.
All right, Mr. Hodge, you're here in 2020 CF 9268AO. You're arrested for aggravated battery with a weapon, domestic violence. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender, and we do not have any witnesses present. I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case. I'll have you sign the form, please. Oh, okay. Well, that's the brother? Okay, I think his brother's behind him and was also arrested, but there were multiple. Is this, Bobby Hodges behind him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna grab Mr. Hodges' case as well. Was that a misdemeanor battery, I believe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just wanted to grab that. Sorry?
Gregory, Bobby is the victim of Gregory, and Bobby has a
Yeah, I understand. Yes, yes. All right. So, are you Bobby Hodges?
Yes.
Okay, do you want contact with your brother, Gregory Hodge?
Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
No, not afraid of him.
Okay, do you think drugs or alcohol had any involvement in what happened?
No,
I'm sorry?
I don't think so. I don't know. It shouldn't be out here.
You don't know or you don't think so?
No.
Okay. Ms. Bush, did you have any questions for Mr. Bobby Hodges?
Yeah.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Matos?
No questions here, Your Honor.
I'm still ordering no contact. So Gregory Hodge, I'm going to have you sign the no contact order. Again, that's no contact with any victims or witnesses. That includes your brother. You're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back with law enforcement, you may do so. No alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And you do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court order as well as pretrial release, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. And then I have Bobby Hodges next. All right, so Mr. Hodges, you're here in 2020 MM 645AW. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. And I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender, and I don't believe that we have the victim present. And so I am ordering that you have no contact with the victim in the case. Do you understand everything on the form, sir?
I can't read it. I can't read it.
Do you understand everything on the form?
I can't read it.
You gotta speak up, sir.
I can't read it.
You can't read it?
And somebody read it to me.
All right, so I'm ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. That means you cannot call the victim, you can't be in the victim's presence, you can't have anybody else communicate with the victim in any manner either, so that means you can't have your another brother communicate with the victim in the case as well. Do you understand?
Right.
You have to stay 500 feet away from the victim's residence. Do you understand that?
Yes, I still from.
Okay. You're going to also maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back with law enforcement, you can do so. No weapons or firearms or ammunition, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I'm going to place you on pretrial release with random urinalysis.
Yes.
Make sure you comply with the court order, sir.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Felix Lopez.
For Mr. Lopez, you're here in 2020 CF 8965AO. You're arrested by a warrant in which probable cause was found for battery by strangulation, domestic violence, cruelty to animals, and petty theft. And I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you in your case. I don't believe we have any witnesses present. I am ordering that you have no contact with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on the form, sir?
Yes, I do. I read it.
Okay. You're to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You may return one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings. The hotel in which you were arrested at, I believe, the hotel where this is alleged to have occurred at, the International Palms Resort. You're not to return back there. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. If you have any weapons or any firearms, you're to surrender them within 6 hours of release from the Orange County Jail. You're also not to possess or have any contact with any animals whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Your bond on count 1 is set at $3,500. Count 2 will stay at $1,000. Count 3 is $150. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Good morning. Sebastian Mancera.
Mr. Mancera, you're here in 2020 CF 9280AO. You were arrested for false imprisonment, dating violence, and battery dating violence. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. And we do not have any witnesses present. So I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the matter. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond on count 1 will be $2,500. Count 2, $500. I'm going to revoke the release on the pretrial release case, but I'm going to set a bond. So do we know, has that been charged yet? I just see it's a CO, I don't know. Or it's an MO, I'm sorry. It looks like an information was filed on that on the 24th.
Yes.
The breach of the peace, and it's a municipal ordinance violation. So I'm going to revoke the pretrial release and set the bond at $500 on that case.
So that'll have to be paid with the other, correct?
Correct. Thank you, sir. And does he have the public defender on that case? I don't think so. Do you want me to appoint the public defender for you on that matter?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you miss a court date, make sure you don't miss any court dates, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Anthony Mixon.
All right, Mr. Mixon, you're here in 2020 CF 9257AO. You're arrested for aggravated assault, domestic violence, and battery domestic violence. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me your name and spell your last name for me, please?
Alasia Jackson, Jackson.
All right, Miss Jackson. And Miss Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Miss Jackson. What is your relationship with Mr. Mixon?
That's my son, Dad.
And do you all live together?
No.
Are you afraid of him?
Yes.
So you don't want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
No.
Is that correct? I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Matos, any questions for Ms. Jackson?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I am going to order no contact with the victim or any witnesses in the case. Mr. Mixon, I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to have any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Ms. Jackson, do you know if he owns any firearms?
No.
He does not, or you don't know?
No. I don't know.
Okay. If you have any firearms or any weapons, you'll need to surrender them within 6 hours of your release from the Orange County Jail. Looks like the Department of Children and Families has been contacted and may be investigating, so you'll have to comply with any DCF investigation if there is one pending. Your bond on count 1 is $5,000, count 2 is $500. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Christopher Moats.
Mr. Moats, you're here in 2020 CF 928180. You were arrested for possession of methamphetamine and domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I don't see any witnesses here, so I am ordering no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign that no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form, Mr. Moats?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence, you can go one time with law enforcement to get your things. No alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond on count 1 is $1,000. Count 2 is $1,000.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Ms. Wilkins, Victoria, is mental health.
All right, we'll reset. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
My name is William Barnes.
Mr. Barnes, you're here in 2020 MM 5610AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. If you find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I don't see any witnesses present. I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on the form, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. You may return one time to the residence with law enforcement should you need to get your personal belongings. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond is $2,500.
Your Honor, could it be lower because I have no money. Everything I get, it has to go to counsel because I got cancer in the bone and in the blood.
I'm sorry. There was a door and I couldn't hear what you were saying, sir. You're gonna have to speak up a little bit.
Could my bond be lowered because I have cancer in the bone and in the blood? And I'm the one who called the police on her because she punched me in my face 3 times.
Okay, well, I don't want you to start talking about what happened or what
Okay.
didn't happen because what you say can be used against you. Mr. Matos, did you want to take some testimony? I don't think that the bond is unreasonable considering his history as well as the facts, but I don't know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want to raise your right hand to be sworn in, Mr. Barnes? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Mr. Barnes, do you live here in Orlando?
No, I don't live in Orlando.
Where do you live, Mr. Barnes?
I live in Tangerine, Florida. That's the next city next to Mount Dora, Florida.
And how long have you been living in Tangerine, Florida?
5 years.
In the same residence?
Yes.
And have you been do you have a job in that residence?
Do I have a job? No.
Since you've been in that residence?
No, I did not have a job because I had to go to chemo and stuff.
So how long have you been unemployed?
I've been employed for the last 5.5 years, ever since I had cancer.
And do you have any money saved up?
No, I don't.
Who do you live there in Tangerine, Florida with?
I was living with Trudy Garcia. She was taking care of me. She was my caretaker.
And how do you afford that house or the place you stay?
It's an RV. My nephew bought it and had me living in it.
And apart from your nephew, what other families do you have there in Tangerine, Florida?
I have my sister Carol live in Mount Dora. I have my brother Randy live in Lakeland, Florida.
And out of your family members, would any of them be able to help you with bond?
I don't know. I cannot say because they help me with my cancer medicine and stuff.
And so do you have any like real estate or cars?
No,
Mr. Barnes?
no, sir. I have nothing. I'm a zero.
And you said your nephew that helps you with the house, would he be able to help you with the bond?
I don't know, sir.
How much do you think you can afford as a bond, Mr. Barnes?
I wish I can get out on ROR.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes, sir.
But if the court were to set a bond, is there anything you would be able to afford?
$100.
$100?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on the fact that Mr. Barnes doesn't really know if any of his family members will help him, he has no money in his saving accounts, he has no real estate or any cars to sell or any liquid money in his bank accounts, we would ask the court to set the most reasonable bond of $100 that he'll be able to afford so he can get out of jail.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, where are you getting your cancer treatment?
In Lake County, in Leesburg, Florida.
Okay.
I just went to a new doctor.
Okay. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Jason Clavette.
Mr. Clavette?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're going to have to get closer to one of the microphones
Yes.
so that I can hear you.
How
Okay.
about that? Is that good?
All right. 2020 MM 5615AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I am ordering no contact directly or indirectly with any victim or any witness in the case. I'll have you sign the form. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes.
You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. No weapons or firearms or ammunition, and no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will be set at $2,500. You're also out on release for domestic battery with one prior battery conviction in 2020 CF 7792AO. I'm revoking the release and setting that at none at this time. You do have the public defender or an attorney in that case, so you'll have to contact them to file a bond motion for you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Kwame Ford.
All right, Mr. Ford, you're here in 2020 MM 5618AO. It's a domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. I'm ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with any victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with law enforcement to get your things should you need to do so. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Does he not qualify for pretrial release?
Yes, he can be qualified,
He
Your Honor.
would? Okay. I'm going to place you in pretrial release. Mr. Ford, make sure you comply with the court order, okay?
All right.
Good luck. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
My name is Erin Gordon.
All right, Miss Gordon, you're here in 2020 MM 5616AO. You're arrested for dating violence battery. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender, and we have a witness. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You'll just have to speak a little louder.
I do.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for me, please?
Michelle Fernandez, Fernandez.
Okay. Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire of Ms. Fernandez?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Fernandez, what is your relationship with Ms. Gordon?
She's my girlfriend.
And do you all live together?
Yes.
How long have you been together?
Almost 3 years.
Over the course of the 3 years, has there ever been any other violence in your relationship?
No, ma'am.
And Ms. Fernandez, I see that you have a shiner on your left eye. Is that a result of this incident, or did you get that previously?
I got that on my own.
Okay. Are you afraid of Ms. Gordon?
No, ma'am.
Do you want to have contact with her while
Yes.
this case is pending?
Yes.
Do you believe that alcohol or any kind of controlled substance contributed to her behavior?
I do not.
If something like this were to happen again, would you be comfortable calling law enforcement if you felt threatened?
I would be, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Matos?
Not to the witness, Your Honor. Just one question to Mr. Gordon. Ms. Gordon, would you like contact between you and the victim?
Yes, I would.
Then no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Based on my review of the affidavit, I'm not going to allow contact today. That will have to be changed at a later date in writing by a judge, but I'm not comfortable allowing that today. So, Ms. Gordon, I'm going to have you sign the no contact order. You're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence to get any personal belongings, you may do so with law enforcement one time. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to release you to pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court's order. If you violate any of the pretrial release conditions, you can be held at no bond. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fernandez.
G. Bailey, Paul, mental health.
All right. I'm going to appoint the public defender, 2020 MM 5617AO. And Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a domestic violence battery. There's probable cause. There's to be no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witness. Maintain separate residence. Return one time with law enforcement. No weapons or firearms or ammunition. No drugs or alcohol. Without a valid prescription. The bond is set at $1,500. Please tell me your name, sir.
Yonder Perez.
All right, Mr. Perez, you're here in 2020 MM 5611AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state your name for me and spell your last name, please?
Angelica Cordero.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
Cordero.
Okay, you may need to get a little closer to the microphone. It's a little hard to hear you. Okay. And Ms. Bush, did you want to inquire of Ms. Cordero?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cordero, what is your relationship with Mr. Perez?
He's my boyfriend.
And how long have you been in a relationship?
Around a year and a half.
Do you all live together?
Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
I just feel insecure. I don't know.
I couldn't hear. I didn't hear the answer.
She said that she doesn't know.
Okay.
Ms. Cordero, could you repeat your response and get closer to the mic? Thank you. Are you afraid of him?
He is different person when he is in drugs, so I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Ms. Cordero, right now, while this case is pending, would you feel safer if he wasn't able to contact you?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Mr. Matos, any questions?
No questions from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Cordero, do you think that he has a drug problem?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your testimony today. And so, Mr. Perez, I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence, you need to call law enforcement ahead of time. You cannot go to the residence without them. Do you understand to get anything?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription, no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. I am going to set the bond at $1,500 plus pretrial release and random urinalysis. So make sure that you comply with the court's order as well as pretrial release. They may test you. All right, thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Tell me your name.
It's Dan Susco, SUSCO, ma'am.
All right. Sir, you're here in 2020 MM 5608AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. I don't believe we have any witnesses here. I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I believe, as I'm told by corrections, that there's currently an injunction in New York in place.
Yes.
So you must comply with any injunction, okay? So here, there will be no contact directly or indirectly. You're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence to get any personal belongings, you must be with law enforcement. You're not to.
I live in New York, ma'am. I'm not
Okay,
from here.
do you live with her?
In New York, not here.
Okay, so if you need to return back to the residence, if she's living there, then you can show the court order. You can go with law enforcement to get your things.
Mhm.
You're not to return back to the Floridian Express Hotel.
Yep.
You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond is set at $2,500. Thank you, sir. Please tell me your name.
Ruben Davila.
Or Mr. Davila, you're here in 2020 CT 3636AO. It's a failure to appear for driving while license suspended at a pretrial conference. And the bond was $500. And then 2020 CT 3637AO, it's a failure to appear for attaching a tag not assigned to a pretrial conference. And the bond is $100. Did you want to try to resolve, well, he doesn't have any prior history. Are you going to be able to bond out, Mr. Davila?
I'm not gonna bond out, but when I went to court last time, and they said I didn't have to come back. That's why I never came back.
When did you go to court?
The same day I got arrested. Like, they told me to go to court.
Yesterday?
No, the court, it was like a month ago, like last month.
Okay, so you went to court the same day that you got arrested?
Yeah, no, I got arrested like last month, and then I had court the next day, and they told me that they wasn't gonna do nothing to my license, and
Who is they?
the judge,
Who was the judge?
I don't know her name.
And so they told you never had to come back to court again?
Well, that's what I thought.
So it looks like you were in court with Judge Jewett back in June, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's Steve Jewett, so that's a male. So you were in court with Judge Jewett and the public defender was there with you. And then I guess you said you were going to get your own attorney?
No, I had a public defender.
Right, but the notes indicated that you told the judge that you were going to get your own attorney?
No, I never told her that.
Okay. So that day, when they gave you an order, the court minutes reflect from that day that you were present and you were given a pretrial conference date of July 23rd, 2020. And you signed the court minutes. Do you remember that?
No.
No?
Nope.
Okay, well, you signed the court minutes for that day, and the date of the court appearance is July 23rd. So when you didn't appear, you got a warrant for your arrest. Do you want to try to resolve the case today? Are you on probation anywhere?
No, I'm not on probation. I can solve it today.
Your Honor, the state's trying to determine whether or not this is related to a pending felony matter.
Okay. Did you get arrested for a felony on the same day as this case?
I don't got no felony.
No felony?
Oh.
I'm looking at the complaint. Let me just load. It's showing the attaching a tag and the driving while license suspended.
And the other matter that I was looking at, there were two other matters. They have both been no billed, so.
Okay. I'm not showing any prior driving while license suspended. It's just operating motor vehicle without a driver's license. And in 2018. Did you have an offer, Ms. Bush? I'm inclined to do credit for time served.
And Your Honor, that would be the state's offer as well with a no driving without a valid driver's license and possess a validly registered vehicle as far as or registration and tag, Your Honor.
You haven't gotten your license back, have you?
I was gonna go to the DMV and get it the 11th and buy a new one. I was gonna buy a new one.
Okay, well, you'd have to pay all your fines. That's the problem here. So, if you want to resolve your cases today, I would adjudicate you guilty. You would not be able to drive without a valid driver's license, and then you would have to possess a registered vehicle. So you'll have to register your vehicle as well if you want
Right.
to drive.
Right. I can get everything registered. You know what I'm saying? I can get my
Okay,
license back.
Do you want to do that today, or do you want to post the bonds and go back to court?
I'm not gonna bond out.
Okay, so do you want to resolve your case, or do you want to sit
I
in
wanna-
jail?
No, I'm gonna resolve it.
Okay, did you read the plea form before you came into court?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to advise you that driving while license suspended is an enhanceable offense, so that every time you get it, it gets worse. So this is a misdemeanor of the second degree. If you get another one, it's going to be a misdemeanor of the first degree. If
Yeah.
you have 2 priors, the next one is a felony.
Yeah, but it's
If
my
you get
first time.
3 listen to me. I have to advise you of all these things, so need to listen. If you get 3 within 5 years, you'll lose your license for 5 years. So this is strike 1 within a 5-year period. Do you understand?
Understand.
All right. And you told me that you're not on probation?
Not on probation.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
All right. Do we know the total credit for time served? Is it how many? 5? Okay. So, Mr. Davila, I am going to adjudicate you guilty on each case, sentence you to 5 days with credit for 5 days time served. Those will run concurrent. I'm going to order that you not drive without a valid driver's license and that you possess a registered vehicle only. And I'll order that you pay your court costs and any fees by August 3rd, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Justin Yeager.
Mr. Yeager, you're here in 2020 CT 4695AO. You are arrested for driving while license suspended. I do find probable cause. And are you on probation or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Did you want to try to resolve your case, Mr. Yeager?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me look at your driving history to see if that's a good idea today or not, okay? All right, I don't see any driving while license suspended or anything. Of that nature, so.
This is Mr. Yeager.
Mr. Yeager, you see there's a DUI on the record.
I see it's a suspension. It's not a driving while license is suspended.
Yeah, it's not on the it's not on,
No.
yeah, it's just labeled as a suspension. I don't know what that is. It does say that he was arrested previously for the for Duelis, but it doesn't show a conviction for that. I don't know if, Ms. Bush, if you had an offer or if you wanted me to resolve it. Looks like he's out on release from a Duval County case for driving while license suspended for financial.
Yeah, they wanted me to get my license and they were going to drop everything.
Well, if you wanted to bond out, you can bond out. You can try to resolve your case in another manner if you don't want to plead today, but I'm not inclined to release you on your own recognizance.
Okay, I'll plead.
Okay.
And Your Honor, the state's offer would be an adjudication, 2 days, Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, do not drive without a valid driver's license, and court costs.
All right, Mr. Yeager, so it's a credit for time served. You can't drive without a valid driver's license. I have to advise you that looks like based on your driving history, this is strike 1. If you get 3 within 5 years, you'll lose your license for 5 years. If you have 2 prior convictions and you get another arrest, then they can file that, the state, meaning they, can file it as a felony. And then, so this is an M2, misdemeanor of the first, second degree. If you get another one, it's a prior with this, and it's an M1, a misdemeanor of the first degree. It just enhances, okay? Do you understand all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You still want to go forward with the plea?
Yes,
Did you read the plea form before you came into the courtroom?
I did.
Did you understand everything on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere? I think you said no.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
All right, I do find a factual basis based on the affidavit in the court file to accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. Can't drive without a valid driver's license. I'll order that you pay your court costs by August 3rd, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
And Nasiba bonded.
You have a booking number, Your Honor?
Lionel Nasiba, 2001-6992.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And then we have a couple arraignments, I think.
Who do you have next, Your Honor?
I have no other arrested individuals, but I have Chris Whitaker.
He's medical.
Okay, and he has no attorney, and it's a notice to appear. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Whitaker.
Your Honor, when the state reviewed the clerk's records, it showed that from downtown court, the public defender was appointed on June 30th.
Okay, let me check. I don't show a June, on June 30th, there was a notice setting hearing, and it was,
And in the court minutes, while there's not actually a court dispo, in the proceedings,
it just checked off defense attorney, it doesn't say public defender. On July 29th, there were court minutes, but I'm not showing, nothing I can click on. So I don't believe he was ever appointed, unless it was on the 29th, but I can't look at it.
And Your Honor, I believe I made a copy of the,
Because all it is a notice of setting hearing, and it says defense attorney checked off, but it doesn't say public defender or sent to them specifically the public defender.
and is this is 443? Oh, I'm looking at 443, Your Honor.
This is
I apologize.
364A.
Yeah, this is
So I'm
a different case number.
I'm gonna appoint the public defender, and Mr. Matos, you can reset this for another time if you want. And it was medical, correct?
Yes,
You want to waive? Do you
Yes,
want to
Your Honor.
enter? Do you want to enter a plea of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll do that. Huh? Yeah, we'll give you a date.
Division 83, pretrial is August 17th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 6C.
So you can reset it for a plea at any point. All right, is this Mr. Irving Auguste now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, tell me your name, please.
Irvin Augustine.
All right, sir, you're here in 2020 MM 4649 AO, and the public defender was previously appointed in your case. And I'm showing this date did file an information. charging you with petty theft. That's a misdemeanor of the second degree alleged to have occurred on the 24th day of June, 2020, showing 41 days in. Ms. Bush, was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, and the offer also included 2020 MM 3855 AO. And the state's global offer in both matters is a credit time served offer. Under 4649, the case that we're here on today, he has 41 days according to the state's calculation. In the matter that is not before the court today, in 3855, he has 37 days.
And they're both petty thefts.
And they're both petty thefts. In 4649, the offer also includes no contact with any witnesses, no return to the 7-Eleven at 1 North Roslyn Avenue, abide by all trespass warnings, restitution in the amount of 99 cents, cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $108, and court costs. In 3855, it's an adjudication of guilt, no contact with witnesses, no return to the Walmart at 3101 West Princeton Street, cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $82.59, abide by all trespass warnings, and court costs.
The second one that you said was the 3855 case?
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
I had them reversed, okay. And so the PD does represent Mr. Auguste in both cases. Mr. Auguste, did you hear all of that? Did you understand everything that the state was talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to repeat it so that I know that you understand. So you were here in 2020 MM 4649. You're charged with petty theft. The state's offer is credit for time served. You have 41 days in. You would not be able to return back to, looks like the 7-Eleven at 1 North Roslyn Avenue in Orlando. There's also 99 cents restitution. You'd have to abide by the trespass warning, and there's a cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $108. And then the other case that they're making an offer to resolve today too is 2020 MM 3855 AO. You have 37 days credit for time served in that case, and you cannot return back to the Walmart. And Ms. Bush, we can put that on the
Yes,
record
Your Honor.
after, but so that's a credit for time served offer. Again, there is a cost of investigation of $82.59, and you have to not return back there and have no contact with anyone and abide by the trespass warning. Did you want to resolve both your cases today?
Yes, miss. Yeah.
Okay. And I have to explain to you about theft. So theft is an enhanceable offense, which means that every time you get one, it gets worse. It doesn't get better. So these are going to be adjudications of guilt. So you're going to get 2 convictions. So if you pick up another petty theft or any type of theft, the state could charge it as a felony. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The second case is trespass?
I show the second case as a petty theft.
$3855. It's a trespass, so it's not a theft. It was filed on 7/1/2020.
I apologize, Your Honor. I saw the facts of items being recovered and the facts of a theft, and
So is there still
It's still on the second case, there was no
Restitution.
restitution because all of the merchandise was recovered.
Okay, so Mr. Augusta, I was a little confused. So, the second case is a trespass, so you only have one petty theft, okay? But
Okay.
did you understand what I explained to you?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
do you
miss.
still want to go forward with the pleas?
Yes.
Okay, did you read that plea form before you came into the courtroom?
Oh. Yeah, I read it. Yeah, I didn't read it.
You read it? Okay, did you understand everything on it?
Um, I didn't read it.
I'm sorry?
I did not read it.
You did not read it? Can you read it?
Yes.
Okay, let me know when you're done reading it.
Okay.
There was a case that was associated with 46 the city now building. So he has nothing else.
Huh? The 99 cents is on 4649. Yeah, I think so. 7-Eleven. Yeah. Do you have a
I'm doing a
Restitution
restitution order now.
Mr. Matos, do you feel comfortable going in there and maybe explaining the plea form? Because I don't know if we're moving in any direction.
Yeah, I'll just go
Okay,
across.
that may be helpful because I'm not sure if he's
And
able
go talk to
to
him.
read it and understand it. Mr. Matos, do you want to just stay there with him throughout the plea so that if he has another question?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. August, did you read the plea form and go over it with Mr. Matos?
Yes, miss.
Did you understand everything on the plea form?
Yes, miss.
Did he answer any questions that you had about it?
Yes, miss.
Okay. And are you on probation anywhere?
No, miss.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah.
Okay. All right. I do find a factual basis in both of the cases to accept your plea. In 2020 MM 4649AO, I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 41 days with credit for 41 days time served. You can't return back to the 7-Eleven at 1 North Roslyn Avenue. Abide by the trespass warning. 99 cents restitution is ordered to 7-Eleven, and there's a cost of investigation of $108 to the Orlando Police Department, and abide by the trespass warning. And in 2020 MM 3855AO, adjudicate you guilty on the trespass. There's 37 days credit for time served, and you can't return back to the Walmart at 3101 West Princeton Street. Abide by the trespass warning. And there's a cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department in the amount of $82.59. And I'll order that you pay all your court costs and fees by August 3rd, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck, Mr. August.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry?
Can I?
Answer this question, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. August. Good luck. Have a good day.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matos. I appreciate that. All right, good. Yes.
Who do you have next, Your Honor?
Francois.
Francois is medical, Your Honor.
Okay. And so it looks like the PD was previously appointed in 2020 MM 5518AO. And it's medical. Looks like it was transferred. Did you want to enter a plea of not guilty, Mr. Matos?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then you can reset it at any point. So we'll give you a date.
Division 81, pretrial will be September 24th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 4E.
All right, and then I've got I have a 33-day motion for Angel Manuel Perea Jr. filed by David Verrett.
And Your Honor, if I may just switch over to.
Sure. I'm showing a notice of non-filing on July 27th.
Yes, there was a notice of non-filing on July 27th.
Okay. So that will be granted. Let me know when you're ready, Ms.
I'm ready,
Wilson.
Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Matos, you ready too? And we only have two, so it's not a big 33-day motion docket today. It looks like the both filed informations too. So 2020 CF 8060 AO Thomas Gregory Walker.
And information was filed on July 31st. Filing ID is 11103826.
All right, that will be denied. 2020 CF 551680 Robert Tyson.
And information was filed on July 31st. Filing ID is 1111255388.
All right, and that will be denied as well. All right, anything?
Tammy, can you scan me in, please? All right, good morning, Corrections. Can you hear me out at the jail? Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. All right, I've got some attorneys in the courtroom, and I believe some attorneys are going to appear virtually, so let me get them in here. Are we running two groups today, or is this everybody?
Yes, sir. 2 groups.
All right, just give me a moment, and then you can tell me who's in group one. All right, good morning, Ms. Morales and Ms. Rosado. Can you hear me?
Yes, Judge. Good morning.
All right, I've got the public defenders present in the courtroom. And Corrections is going to tell me in a moment, we're running 2 groups of inmates again. In just a minute, they're going to tell me which cases are in the first group. We'll take care of them, and then we'll reload for the second group. All right, so Corrections, tell me who's in group one.
First one will be Menendez Jeffrey and Woodward Jeffrey. Windward Jeffrey.
All right. Now, Mendez Novoa is actually set for a 10 a.m. Violation of probation proceeding. So I don't know if you're going to have to move him out when you bring wave 2 in and then bring him back. But unless I hear something different from our prosecutor, Mr. Barrett, as far as you know, we're still doing that hearing at 10 a.m., correct?
Absolutely, I just bring it up.
Okay. Yeah, so if you want to pull Mr. Menendez Novoa out at this point, I won't need him until 10 a.m. And we'll take care of Mr. Windward, and then we'll load in wave 2.
Yes, sir. That's not a problem.
All right, and what we'll do is when we're done with wave 1, before you start pulling wave 2 in, I'll check with the lawyer, see if there's anybody who doesn't actually need to be brought over, and that way you've got fewer people.
It's only one other person, Your Honor. It's a female.
All right, so let's go ahead and address Jeffrey Windward. Looks like he's got 2 arraignments for VOP. All right, let's go ahead and swear him in.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, sir, tell me your name and your date of birth.
Jeffrey Winward, 2672.
Sir, you have two cases before the court. Each of these involves the fact that you were previously placed on probation for lewd or lascivious molestation. It's now been alleged that you have violated each of those probationary sentences. I'm showing that the Office of the Public Defender has been previously appointed to represent you. Ms. Rosas, is this your case?
This is actually Mr. Bono's case. He filed a motion to set bond, we're set for that as well. I think he's supposed to call in for the hearing.
Okay. Do we have had any contact from Mr. Bono? Tammy, do we have a number to, Ms. Rosado, let me ask you this. Is it your understanding that we were going to call Mr. Bono when we were ready, or that he was going to call in when he was ready?
I believe he was supposed to call in, Judge. I couldn't send an email to his assistant.
Okay. All right, corrections, he has a private attorney who is supposed to be calling us. We're just trying to find out whether he's actually going to call or not, so we'll address this case. Tell me who's in your wave two.
It would be Tina Darden.
Okay.
She's both set for a motion.
Okay. And then I have on my docket a Timothy Poe that's set at 9.
Good morning, Your Honor. I represent Ms. Darden and Mr. Poe. Mr. Poe is out of custody.
Okay. All right. So potentially what, Mr. Carbone, let me ask you this. With Mr. Poe, what are we going to end up doing this morning?
Your Honor, in this case, the state attorney is Ms. Cynthia Gonzalez. In this case, I believe the state is not putting on any evidence towards the VOP hearing and the danger hearing, and I would like the proper evidence. So.
Okay. All right. All right, so it sounds like what we're going to do is when I resolve Mr. Winward's case, you can reload Ms. Darden. I'll do another matter while you're loading her in, and then we'll take care of Ms. Darden, and then we'll reload Mr. Menendez and do his hearing this morning.
Yes, sir.
All right. Tammy, was that Mr. Bono calling?
No, sir, that was the court reporters.
Okay.
I have a hard time hearing Mr. Carbone.
Okay. Mr. Carbone, the court reporters are indicating that you're so well masked that you're somewhat difficult to hear at this point, so.
Make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay. Nobody ever complains they can't hear me, so.
Judge, can we get the number to call in?
Tammy, do you have the
407
407
742
742
2493.
2493? Ms. Gonzalez, while we're waiting, can you confirm that Mr. Carbone's understanding is correct, that you will not be calling any witnesses and not offering any evidence or arguing that the defendant, Mr. Poe, currently poses a danger to the community?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So once I get done with my first round of inmates, we'll take care of Mr. Poe's case while we're getting our second group in.
Understood.
Mr. Carbone, do you know if Mr. Poe has been continuing to report to his supervising officer while he's out?
Yes, Your Honor. It is my understanding that he has been.
Mr. Winward, once we get your attorney patched in, we will proceed forward with your matter, okay?
Good morning, courtroom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on just a moment, please.
Ready?
He's ready.
Good morning, Mr. Bono. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you speak up just a bit for me? Okay. Much better. I think sometimes when these calls start for the first few seconds, they always seem to be very low, and then for some reason they pick up. All right, Mr. Bono, we are on the record in Division 201. Your client is at the Osceola County Jail. He's at the microphone. The state is appearing virtually via Microsoft Teams. This is in regards to Jeffrey Winward. He has 2 cases before the court. In each case, he's been previously placed on probation for lewd or lascivious molestation or lewd or lascivious conduct. In each case, his probation has now been violated based on allegations, including just to summarize, possession of a cell phone and internet activity that was not reported and registered, and also multiple allegations that he visited various schools in violation of his sex offender probation conditions. As far as the allegations, Mr. Bono, he's set for arraignment. Do you want to enter denial at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll enter a denial on each of the cases. For control purposes, I'm going to check with the clerk. Tammy, can you tell me how many VOP statuses I've already docketed on September 10th?
16.
I'm going to set each of his cases for a violation of probation status hearing on September 10th. And then all that leaves is there's also a motion to set bond in each of the cases. Are you ready to proceed on that, Mr. Bono?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Just three questions from Mr. Wingard before we're going to put him in place under oath.
He's already been placed under oath. I didn't realize you represented him. I had the public defender on the docket, so I'd already sworn him in, and then the lawyers informed me that you represented him, so then we stopped after swearing him in. So he's under oath.
Okay, Mr. Wingard, were you gainfully employed prior to being arrested?
He's indicating that he cannot hear you, Mr. Bono. Do you object if I repeat your question?
Yes, Mr. Wingard, were you gainfully employed prior to being arrested?
Something about employment, that's all I can hear.
So, Mr. Bono, it appears that for whatever reason, Mr. Windward's not clearly hearing you. Do you have any objection if I repeat your question so that Mr. Windward can hear it?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Windward, the question from your lawyer was, were you gainfully employed prior to being arrested for violation of probation?
Yes, sir.
He indicated yes.
And where were you working at?
Where were you working, sir?
Big Iron International.
Okay. He indicated Big Iron International.
And were you working there full-time?
Were you working full-time, sir?
Yes, sir.
He indicated yes.
And would you have your job back if you were to be granted a bond?
Sir, would you be able to resume working there if you were given a bond and released from jail?
Yes, sir.
He indicated yes.
And are you the main provider for your household?
Sir, are you the main provider for your household?
Yes, sir.
He indicated yes.
How many dependents do you have?
Sir, how many people rely on you or depend on you to provide financial support?
4.
He indicated 4.
And who are they?
Who are those 4 people?
My wife, my mother-in-law, my daughter, and my son, and my mother.
He indicated his wife, his mother-in-law, his daughter, and his son.
And do you have any prior failures to appear?
Sir, have you ever previously failed to appear for any court proceeding?
No.
He said no.
And you promise to make any and all future court appearances if the court gives you a bond?
Sir, do you promise if the court does give you a bond that you will stay in touch with your lawyer and return for any court proceedings?
Yes, sir.
He said yes.
And how long have you lived in the Osceola County?
Sir, how long have you lived in Osceola County, Florida?
My whole life.
He's indicated his whole life.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, state, any questions based on that testimony?
No, Judge.
All right, the state has no questions. Any other witnesses, Mr. Bono?
No, you're right.
State, any witnesses?
No, Judge.
All right, I've reviewed the violation of probation affidavit in each of the case numbers. They're substantially the same, if not identical. Mr. Bono, argument on the issue of bond?
Your Honor, the main allegation here is the fact that
he was accessing internet, had a phone, hasn't reported it. We had I don't know if they got a copy of it, but we got a copy of of a letter from the employer, Mr. Winward's employer, that essentially states that the phone was given to him by work. They assigned an email address to him. He did not take that email address. He hasn't accessed it. He hasn't used that email address. It was just assigned by work on that phone they gave him to call customers. So any violation that he didn't report any email addresses would not be intentional due to Mr. Winward not going on his own and sticking on an email address. And I have a copy of the letter. I don't know if the state has it. We were told that they would give it to the detective. So if the state doesn't have it, we'd be happy to provide the letter that the employer that Mr. Winward works for provided. Additionally, this is not this is a technical violation. Mr. Winward did previously have a bond. He's gainfully employed. He's lived in Osceola County all his life, as he indicated in his testimony. He has 4 dependents that rely on him, and we're asking the court to consider if the violation, even if they take it at face value, Your Honor, they're not substantial and they're not intentional. So in light of all that, we're asking the court to consider granting Mr. Winward a reasonable bond and pending the hearing on those 2 BOPs.
State argument in opposition.
Judge, the defendant is a violent special concern. He committed a new law offense, technical violation for something other than the ability to pay. He was accessing the internet, going to schools. I believe those are substantial based on the charges that he pled to. So just based on that, I don't think the court can give him a bond. So I would ask you to deny the bond.
So for the record, the charges that he pled to originally do classify him as a violent felony offender of special concern. Also, as a general principle, when he is arrested on a violation of probation, he is not, by law, entitled to a bond. It's purely within the discretion of the court. Having read the affidavit, I do have concerns, even if I accepted at face value the representations on how he obtained the phone. He signed his paperwork indicating he understood all the conditions. And I believe when Mr. Winward resolved his case, there was a discussion about the fact that sex offender probation is very difficult, has a lot of restrictions. It's very important to follow all of those things. Of greater concern is the allegation that he's got multiple visits to multiple different schools, which again would be a violation of his probation if established. So based on those grounds, I want to deny his request for bond. At this point in time, he'll remain in custody pending disposition of his violation. Is there anything else we need to do on Mr. Winward's case at this point in time, Mr. Bono? Mr. Bono?
No, Your Honor.
All right. State anything else we need to do on Mr. Winward's case at this point in time?
No, Judge.
All right. Mr. Winward will remain in custody pending disposition of his violation. All right, so corrections, you can pull Mr. Winward out and you can pull Mr. Mendoza out, making sure that you get him back here for my hearing at 10 a.m.
Yes, sir, no problem.
And get Ms. Darden on her way.
Yes, sir.
All right, can you mute your mic out there while I take care of other matters?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I have any excuse.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Bono. Yes, have a wonderful day.
Judge, that's all I have as well.
All right.
Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Morales?
Can I skip ahead to Ms. Darden real quick?
She's not present yet, but Mr. Carbone's here.
I think Mr. Carbone will have a problem with my position at this time. I looked into the case. The defendant, she pled out to possession of drug paraphernalia. She was already adjudicated on it. There is a violation. She did fail to appear, but she's been in custody since June 20th. There's not really much of a point in moving on with like a hearing or anything, even on the VOP.
That was quite the buildup.
State would just, I guess, would withdraw our objection and recommend that the court dismiss the violation.
Okay. Does she have any remaining or meaningful remaining period of supervision left at this point?
I don't believe so. I see an entry in my case. Let me see if I can get it on my track. I think there was one of those letters. She wouldn't have been able to be on probation more than a year anyway. And the violation was in April.
So then part two is if Mr. Carbone was to make an ordinance motion to revoke and terminate her probation, would you have any objection to that?
No.
All right.
And I'm sorry, I'd recommend that as well.
All right, so once we get Ms. Darden in, Mr. Carbone, any objection to this course of action?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll get Ms. Darden in, that way I can make sure she understands. I don't know if she has supervision somewhere else.
She does not. This is the only thing on here.
We will tell her the good news from her point of view, get her on her way. Is that going to be it for you, Ms. Morales?
This morning, yes. I had a question. Were you guys going to be there for a little bit longer before the 10 o'clock hearing? I'm trying to get the evidence turned in for tomorrow's hearing.
Well, I'll probably take a recess if I have a meaningful amount of downtime between the start of our 10 o'clock hearing and whenever we finish. But the court staff will be here, so.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I'll probably swing by and
Okay.
get it turned in. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's call up State of Florida versus Timothy Lee Poe. Present in the courtroom is his attorney, Mr. Carbone. Present, appearing virtually for the state is our prosecutor, Ms. Gonzalez. Let me just get his case pulled up quickly. It appears that the defendant was previously placed on probation for the offense of aggravated stalking after an injunction. It's now been alleged that he has violated his probation. We set the case for a hearing today. So we'll start with Ms. Gonzalez. What do you want to tell the court about your position and how this case proceeds?
Yes, Judge, and I had mentioned it at the VOP status. My predecessor, Mr. Moffitt, had made an agreement with the Public Defender's Office that if Mr. Poe had shown proof that he was continuing to do his AA treatment and substance abuse treatment and enrolled in whatever inpatient treatment, which was the reason for his violation, that Mr. Moffitt would consider dismissing it or recommending a dismissal. So since that time, I've received multiple documentation indicating that he has been enrolled full-time. I believe it's in Miami. And Mr. Carbone has indicated to me that Mr. Poe is in a wheelchair, has some health issues. So I don't believe at this time that he is a danger to the community. And the victim was in agreement with Mr. Moffitt's recommendation at the time. So today I don't have any evidence to present for a VOP hearing, which I think is the only way to dismiss a violation of probation for a violent felony offender of special concern.
The statute does say that it can't be dismissed absent of a proceeding on the record with the state and the defense present. So just let me ask you a couple of questions. Are you asking for any additional time to investigate any other aspect of the violation or offer any other evidence on the issue?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And your position is that there is no substantial and competent evidence that would prove a willful violation at this time. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So I believe based on those representations, Mr. Carbone, any objection to me dismissing the violation in regards to Mr. Poe?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Court minutes will reflect that the state indicated that there was insufficient evidence to prove a violation, and they were not asking for any additional time to attempt to gather any additional evidence. Therefore, the court has dismissed the violation against Mr. Poe. Has he been I think I asked you before, but has he been reporting while this violation has been pending?
It's my understanding, yes, Your Honor, but I
Alright.
cannot be sure.
All right, then here's what I'll simply do. I'll simply order that Mr. Poe resume reporting to his supervising officer as directed. Mr. Carbone, I'm going to ask you to convey that information to Mr. Poe, and I'll take no further action absent some further motion filed by someone or a new affidavit of violation being filed. Anything else we need to do on Mr. Poe?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge, I do believe the statute also requires a separate finding that he's not a danger regardless of how Your Honor rules on the hearing.
You know, I've gone back and forth on that point, and I think if I were to release him prior to the quote-unquote violation probation hearing, I have to do that. But having gone back and crawled through the statute again, the second I guess if you want to point me to a particular portion of the statute, I'll look at it again, because it's one of these statutes that I feel like every time I read it, the words resonate slightly differently with me. Which portion do you?
It was through case law, Judge. I was trying to, it wasn't for this case, but I had been brushing up on my violation of, or violent felony of under special concern. And in there's a lot of, appeals about finding that there was a danger regardless of the hearing. And from what I read, the courts indicated that it's a separate finding regardless of what the judge rules for the VOP hearing. But at this point, he's already out of custody.
Right.
So I guess somewhere along the line, he was found not to be a danger.
Apparently. So.
Your Honor, defense would ask for probation to be revoked and terminated. I believe he's past the 3 years.
So part two of the request, or there's an additional request, Mr. Carbone's actually asking that I revoke and terminate because he believes the defendant has served the full period of his probationary sentence. What's your position on that?
Well, it wasn't part of my agreement, Judge.
Okay.
And I don't have it on hand, but obviously his probation would have told approximately almost a year ago. So we still have technically a year left.
Mr. Carbone, it looks like the affidavit of violation was filed in November of 2019. So that would cause a tolling to take place. So I'm going to deny the motion to revoke and terminate at this point in time. If you want to file a formal motion and share it with Ms. Gonzalez and convince her that in fact the time has run, then I'll address it, or y'all can simply agree that I revoke and terminate at that point in time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that's the order of the court in regards to Mr. Poe. Ms. Gonzalez, if you find a case that you feel clearly says, even if the judge finds the defendant's not committed a violation of probation, they still must conduct a danger hearing, I'd actually like to see that. There's some cases where the defendant entered an admission or the judge sentenced the defendant to incarceration, did not conduct the danger hearing, and those cases clearly indicate that the defendant is still entitled to a danger hearing regardless of the disposition, regardless of what sentence the defendant gets. So I'm comfortable in that circumstance, but it does appear to me, having gone back and looked at the statute again, that if I conduct a hearing and I do not find a violation, I don't know how I could then turn around and find the defendant's a danger to the community and refuse to release them. But if a DCA says that there's a way to do that, I'll certainly look at that case and we'll see what happens.
All right, Judge, I'll take a look during my light reading.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
All right. So we'll take care of Ms. Darden when she returns.
She's here, Your Honor.
All right. Let's get Ms. Darden up. This will be quick. Let's go ahead and swear her in.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right. Good morning, ma'am. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Tina Darden, September 19th, 1966.
Ms. Darden, you previously were placed on probation for the offense of possession of drug paraphernalia, a misdemeanor of the first degree. It was then alleged that you violated your probation. your public defender is present in the courtroom prior to, or here at the courthouse, you're at the jail, prior to you being brought into the jail video room, the state's indicated that they do not want to proceed forward on the allegation of violation, so I'm dismissing the allegation of violation at this time. They've also indicated that they had no objection to your attorney's motion to revoke and terminate your probation, so I'm going to revoke and terminate your probation as well. So the Osceola County Jail should release you on this case only today. I don't know if you have any other cases. You'll have to deal with those. And you don't have to report to probation on this case. Again, if you had some other probationary sentence somewhere else, you would still have to deal with that. Does that make sense, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, that's the order of the court in regards to Ms. Darden. She may be released on this case only. All right. Corrections, how long before Mr. Mendoza could be back?
Less than 5 minutes.
All right. So I've got Mr. Parker here. Mr. Parker, are you still planning to start at 10? Well, because it's early, but Mr. Baird's not back. The hearing's scheduled for 10. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to take a recess. If you can have Mr. Mendoza back, say 10 till, and somewhere between 10 till and 10 a.m., we'll get started with his hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess until the start of our hearing. Yeah. Yes. Okay, I'm going to take this off. Okay, Tim, can you scan me in? Tammy, are we scanned in? Okay. So we're on the record in Division 201. We are planning on conducting a virtual violation of probation hearing. The defendant is in the Osceola County Jail. His attorney, Mr. Parker, is present in court. Mr. Parker, my understanding is that you're still going to have to log into the meeting. Mr. Baird, the prosecutor, is appearing from his office. My understanding is that we need the Spanish interpreter, and I can use the regular interpreter line. Okay. And apparently our interpreter will be brought into the meeting. Looks like we have at least one witness in the meeting as well. Once I know we have the interpreter, started.
Good morning, this is Alan Figueroa, certified Spanish Court interpreter.
Good morning, Mr. Figueroa. This is Judge Guzman, Division 201. We are conducting a virtual violation of probation hearing. Our defendant is in the Osceola County Jail. Let's go ahead and have the defendant come up to the microphone. Corrections, can you get the defendant up to our microphone, please?
Your Honor, we're having real difficulty. We have picture on picture on picture, and we can hardly hear you.
Okay. So the jail's indicating that they cannot clearly hear me, and I guess they're having a problem with the multiple screens being shown. So I've got the IT people here. We'll see if we can't address that situation.
Yes, sir.
Corrections indicating they're having a hard time hearing me. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can hear you clearly.
I have like 5 different pictures on my screen now instead of the one.
Okay. Well, that's the way it's supposed to work. When I'm talking, does my picture become the largest picture for you?
The picture goes, it keeps going from, I guess there are attorneys there and one
Correct.
civilian, a picture of somebody's living room.
Correct. Those are all the pictures. So if we can get the volume issue resolved, Mr. Parker, any concerns about what the jail's indicating? Mr. Baird, any concern about, as long as the jail can hear, any concern about how clearly they can see? Mr. Baird, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you, Mr. Baird.
Now, Your Honor.
I can hear you now, Mr. Baird.
Okay. Okay, I can tell Your Honor, I'm still waiting. I'm having issues where 2 of my witnesses are having problems logging into the system. Deputy Hope and Ms. Adriana Garcia are still having trouble logging in. I can see 2 of my witnesses are on the screen here now, Ms. Guzman and Deputy Wark. So I can begin, Your Honor, if the court wants to go ahead and begin and wait for those other witnesses if they're not on, when we finish with the other testimony or however the court wants to proceed at this time.
Well, here's the one thing I want to avoid. I want to avoid a situation where I hear from 2 of the witnesses today, and then we stop the hearing and we come back on some other date in the future to take additional witness testimony when all the technical issues have been resolved. So now, if you decide that you don't really need the other witnesses and you just want to go with the ones that you know you can get in, I mean, that's your decision, Mr. Baird. But and I'll give the attorneys an opportunity to tell me how they want to handle it if we can't have everybody testify today. But my strong inclination is to not take some testimony today and take some testimony in the future. So, Mr. Parker, what's your position on the issue of if we can only get some witnesses in today and then come back on some unknown future date? Okay.
I cannot hear the defense.
And Mr. Parker, I'll excuse you from standing so that I think we're probably going to need your microphone on your laptop to make sure that Mr. Baird can hear.
So I apologize, Mr. Baird. I was saying I agree with the judge. I'd like to try and avoid splitting this hearing into multiple days. But we're all working through this, all the technical issues. So, whatever happens, happens. But I think I would agree with Judge Wooten. I'd like to try and avoid that.
So if the court can just give me a few more minutes to see if we can get, at the very least, Deputy Hope on this video chat.
Okay. Mr. Figueroa, can you still hear us?
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you. And if the interpreter might ask for the name and the case number of the defendant in the meantime?
The case number is 2017 CF 1499. The defendant's name is Jeffrey Menendez Novoa. That's a hyphenated last name.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Corrections, can you tell me if the volume's gotten any better out there?
No, sir.
Okay.
We can hear, it's just yourself, Your Honor. It's real muffled.
Okay. Could be my mask. Is that any better?
That's a little better.
Okay. I'll just try to be as loud as I can.
Yes, sir.
So everything else is coming through sufficiently for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Then I'll just stay close to this microphone and make sure that I am nice and loud. All right, so everyone who's participating in this meeting, what I'm going to ask you to do is when you're not directly speaking to the court or answering questions from an attorney, to mute yourself so that we avoid feedback, we avoid background noise that distracts everyone from the proceeding. Let's do this while we're waiting to hear if the state is going to be able to get their other witnesses involved. Let's go ahead and use our Spanish interpreter to swear in the defendant, Mr. Menendez Novoa. You ready to go, Mr. Figueroa?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Tammy, can you get nice and close to that microphone?
Señor Menéndez, levante la mano derecha, por favor. ¿Juro o promete que el testimonio que rendirá será la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí, lo prometo.
I do.
Good morning, sir. Tell me your name and your date of birth.
Buenos días, señor. Dígame su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Jeffrey Menéndez Novoa. Nací el 8 de febrero de 1995.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Menendez Novoa. I was born on February 8th of 1995.
Mr. Menendez Novoa, you're here today because you previously were placed on probation for the offense of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Señor Novoa, se encuentra aquí porque usted había aceptado un convenio de libertad vigilada ante la acusación de agresión física calificada con un arma de fuego o con un arma mortífera.
It's now been alleged that you have violated your probation in this matter.
Y se alega que usted ha incumplido con la libertad vigilada en este caso.
Your attorney, Mr. Parker, is present in the courtroom here at the courthouse with me. He's also appearing through our Cisco meeting technology.
Su abogado, el señor Parker, está aquí presente en persona en la sala y también está conectado por remoto a través del programa del sistema Cisco.
Also appearing via our Cisco meeting technology will be the state attorney and any and all witnesses who are going to be testifying today.
También presente se encuentra el abogado fiscal a través del programa Cisco y cualquier otro testigo que sea convocado para hoy.
We are conducting the proceeding using this technology because pursuant to Supreme Court order, we are currently not allowed to conduct in-person proceedings.
Estamos llevando a cabo esta vista a través de esta tecnología porque de acuerdo con una orden de la Corte Federal de la Florida no podemos llevar a cabo audiencias en persona.
Your attorney has previously indicated to me that you would prefer to proceed to hearing now, even though we have to use this technology, rather than wait until a time when I can bring you and all the witnesses to my courtroom. That's correct.
Su abogado me ha indicado que usted ha dicho que prefiere que se lleve a cabo la audiencia en este momento, así sea a través de estos medios, a esperar hasta el momento en que se pueda llevar a cabo en persona. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, sí.
Yes.
Mr. Parker, do you think I need to have any additional colloquy on the issue of this proceeding being conducted virtually as opposed to waiting for an opportunity to do the proceeding in person?
No, Your Honor, other than the fact that he may not be able to see everyone, I'm not sure right now what the status is, whether he can see anyone. I did speak with him and told him it's my understanding he would not be able to see the witnesses, only hear them.
Señor Parker, ¿algún otro tema que yo deba mencionar con respecto a por qué estamos llevando a cabo esta audiencia de esta manera y no de una manera en la que podamos estar en persona? No, su señoría, solamente que como yo lo había hablado con él capaz que no pueda ver a todas las partes, solamente podrá escuchar, pero ya había hablado con él al respecto.
So, Mr. Menendez Novoa, when your attorney was speaking to me, were you able to see him from where you're standing at the Osceola County Jail?
Señor Menéndez Novoa, cuando su abogado estaba hablando conmigo, ¿pudo usted ver a su abogado desde donde está ahí en la cárcel?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Menendez Novoa, just to make sure, you don't have any objection to us proceeding to this hearing today, assuming I can have all the witnesses appear. Is that correct?
Y señor Menéndez, para aclarar, usted no tiene ninguna objeción a que se lleve a cabo esta audiencia hoy, siempre y cuando podamos lograr que se conecten todos los testigos, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Mr. Baird, on behalf of the state of Florida, do you believe I need to have any additional colloquy on the issue of this hearing being conducted virtually versus in person?
No, Your Honor, in conformity with the Florida Supreme Court order and the fact that Crawford and the Sixth Amendment confrontation do not apply to violation of probation hearings, I believe that the colloquy is sufficient and I am prepared to proceed. Deputy Hope, Deputy Wark, and Witness Guzman are all in on the chat now and I'm ready to proceed.
Abogado fiscal, ¿cree usted que yo deba mencionar algo más con respecto a la audiencia que estamos haciendo virtualmente en vez de en persona? No, su señoría, no tengo nada más que añadir, solamente que quisiera decir que los testigos, los oficiales y los otros testigos todos se han conectado y estamos listos para proceder.
All right, so once again, for the benefit of each of the witnesses who are participating in this proceeding, number one, when we're not talking directly to you, please keep your devices on mute so we can reduce the amount of background noise that's coming into the proceeding. Number two, we're using the assistance of a Spanish interpreter. So when you're answering questions, please try to answer slowly and clearly and periodically pause so that the interpreter can interpret what you've had to say to Mr. Menendez Novoa.
Bien, quisiera aclarar que cuando a alguna de las partes no le toca hablar ni decir nada, les voy a pedir por favor que pongan su micrófono en mute para así no tener ningún tipo de ruido en el trasfondo ni que haya ningún tipo de conversación que se pueda escuchar y que pueda interferir. Segundo, estamos usando los servicios de un intérprete de español, así que voy a pedir que todos hablen en voz alta, pausadamente y que den tiempo a que el intérprete pueda interpretarlo todo para el señor Menéndez.
Also, I'm going to tell the interpreter now that he has my permission to tell anyone to slow down, tell anyone that they need to speak up, or ask anyone to pause so he can interpret what has been said so far.
También quiero aclarar que desde ahora le estoy dando permiso al intérprete para poder pedirle a alguien que hable más lento, que aclare o que se detenga y tome una pausa para poder interpretar todo lo que se está diciendo. I appreciate that, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Mr. Figueroa. Mr. Baird and Mr. Parker, is anyone challenging the clerk swearing in these witnesses via the video connection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
A los licenciados, ¿alguna de las partes tiene alguna objeción o algo que disputar con respecto a la secretaria prestarle juramento a los testigos virtualmente? No, su señoría.
So the way I'm going to ask Mr. Baird to proceed is we'll swear each witness in as they're called, as opposed to trying to swear the group. And at the beginning, Mr. Baird, let's make sure that the person can clearly hear and we can clearly hear them before we get into the substance of the testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bien, le voy a pedir a los deseados, por favor, que pongan todo en orden antes de que comencemos con la parte de los testimonios y con los testigos de la audiencia. Sí, su señoría.
Mr. Baird, call your first witness.
Your Honor, prior to calling my first witness, I have two exhibits that I'd like to go ahead and move into evidence. I've provided these to the clerk, and I've emailed all my exhibits, except for the two discs, to Mr. Parker. The two exhibits I'd like to go ahead and move into evidence to begin with are Exhibit A, the affidavit violation of probation, and Exhibit K, the judgment and sentence in case 2017 CF 1499.
Bien, señor Baird, comience con convocar a sus testigos. Su señoría, antes de convocar a los testigos, tengo dos piezas de prueba que quiero que sean admitidas como prueba. La primera pieza de prueba es la A, que es el affidavit de cumplimiento de libertad vigilada, y la segunda es la K, que es la sentencia del caso 17 CF 1499. Ya ambos han sido presentadas a la secretaria.
Mr. Parker, any objection to Exhibit A?
No, Your Honor.
To be received as Exhibit 1.
Señor Parker, ¿alguna objeción a la pieza de prueba A? No, su señoría, será acogida como prueba de carga número 1.
Any objection, Mr. Parker, to Exhibit J?
Or it's K, Your Honor. K as in...
K. Any objection to K, Mr. Parker, the judgment and sentence?
No, Your Honor.
To be received as 2.
¿Alguna objeción a la pieza de prueba marcada como K? No, su señoría, será acogida como prueba de carga número 2.
And, Your Honor, I would ask the court to receive publication of those two exhibits at the court's leisure.
Okay.
And with that, I'll move on. Sorry.
Le voy a pedir al juzgado que reciba esas dos pruebas de carga y con eso continuaremos.
And with that, I'm going to call my first witness, Natalia Guzman.
Con eso convocaré a mi primer testigo, Natalia Guzmán.
Ms. Guzman, can you go ahead and take yourself off mic? Or off mute, excuse me?
Señorita Guzmán, por favor, quite su micrófono de mute.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
I can hear you. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand? Madam Clerk, can you swear in Ms. Guzman?
The clerk's very difficult to hear, Your Honor. Can Your Honor read the oath?
Ma'am, do you swear that the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Yes,
help you
sir.
God.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Tell me your name.
My name is Natalia Guzman.
Spell your last name for us.
Guzman.
Bien, señorita Guzmán, levanta la mano derecha, jura, promete que
Judge,
el
I
testimonio que
apologize
rendirá
for
será la verdad,
interrupting.
solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Sí, lo
We
juro.
would
Dígame
like
su
to
nombre,
invoke the rule
letrezo,
of
apellido.
sequestration.
Natalia Guzmán, Guzman.
All right. Before we go any further, Ms. Guzman, can you mute yourself again?
Antes de continuar, señorita Guzmán, por favor, pónganse en mute nuevamente.
So, Mr. Baird, I'm not sure if you made that out. Mr. Parker is now asking the court to invoke the rule of sequestration. What's your response to that?
My response is I'm kind of at a loss for how we do that. I really don't know. I'm trying to think of a way to do it. I suppose we could ask the two witnesses that are going to be after Ms. Guzman to log off of the. I don't know if the court can like. I know in Teams the court can like put them in a lobby. Does the court have the ability here to put them in a lobby?
I'm going to ask my technical advisor.
Licenciado fiscal, no sé si ha escuchado, pero el abogado de la defensa ha pedido que se active o que se lleve a cabo la separación de testigos. No sé cómo funcionaría eso, su señoría. Sé que si se hace a través de Office Teams, de Microsoft Teams, se puede enviar a varios testigos al lobby, a la sala de espera. Mientras tanto, acá con este sistema no sé cómo será. Deje ver con mi personal de tecnología a ver si eso se puede hacer.
So, Mr. Baird, I've been advised that we can remove the other witnesses from the meeting, and then we'll have to re-invite them to the meeting. Mr. Parker, if that's what you're going to insist on, I can do that. The one thing I want to caution you about is if there becomes a problem reconnecting them to the meeting, I don't mind resetting to finish, but now you're in the one situation you wanted to avoid and I wanted to avoid, which is hearing some testimony today and other testimony another day. So my understanding is that Ms. Guzman is going to testify, and then my understanding is the other two witnesses are law enforcement officers. They previously wrote reports about their involvement in the case. So
Well, Mr. Menendez Novoa who will be a witness, but certainly he has a right to be present.
I understand. So, Mr. Parker, if that's how you want to proceed, then that's how we'll proceed.
That is, Judge. Mr. Baird, I was hoping that maybe you had their contact information so that as soon as they're ready or just a few minutes before, you could notify them and they could rejoin. I wanted to make sure everybody was at least able to join in, so I'm hoping that it's not that big of an issue just to have them remove themselves and then re-enter at the appropriate time.
They're listening now. If they could give a thumbs up whether they'll be able to get an email from me as soon as we're ready for them again.
So our two law enforcement officers, I see one thumbs up. I see two thumbs up.
Okay. So as soon as we're ready to call them back in, I guess, Your Honor, I can email them and let them know we're ready for them.
Let me confirm, will they be able to rejoin the meeting by clicking the link again? Okay. So for the witnesses, the two deputies who are going to step out, if you log out, my understanding is that the same link you clicked before, you'll be able to click and re-enter the meeting. So once you're told by Mr. Baird that it's time to come back in, you can rejoin the meeting. All right. So with that, we'll have the two deputies excuse themselves from the virtual proceeding, and we'll recall them shortly.
I can't tell if Deputy Hope's gone or if he's frozen.
I can't tell either. He's gone.
Okay, it looks like he's gone now.
Mr. Parker.
All right, Your Honor, may I proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Guzman.
Buenos días, señor Guzmán. Buenos días.
Can you please tell us your name and how you spell it?
Natalia, Natalia, Guzman, Guzman.
Díganos su nombre y deletréalo, por favor. Natalia, Natalia, Guzmán, Guzman.
Ms. Guzman, what do you do for a living?
I'm a manager for a company named AutoZone.
Señorita Guzmán, ¿a qué se dedica usted? Yo soy gerente de una compañía llamada AutoZone.
Is that the AutoZone store at 4649 South Orange Blossom Trail in Orange County?
4659, yes, sir. South Orange Blossom Trail.
¿Esa es la tienda de AutoZone en el 2659 Orange Blossom Trail en Orlando, Florida? Sí.
And were you working as the manager of the AutoZone on March 25th of 2020?
I was working up front with a customer.
Y se encontraba usted trabajando como gerente el 25 de marzo de 2020. Estaba trabajando al frente con los clientes.
On that day, did you observe a disturbance outside of your store?
Yes, sir.
En ese día, ¿usted observó alguna perturbancia fuera de la tienda? Sí, señor.
What first drew your attention to the disturbance?
¿Qué fue lo primero que le llamó la atención?
One of my employees named Darinel, she opened the door and started screaming, "Can you please come outside?" Called the police. We need help with a lady that she was screaming inside a car.
Una de mis trabajadoras llamada Damiel abrió la puerta y me dijo, por favor, puedes venir afuera y llamar a la policía. Necesitamos ayuda con una señora que está llorando dentro de un vehículo.
Did you look outside?
Yes, sir.
¿Y usted fue a mirar hacia afuera? Sí.
Did you physically go outside?
Yes, sir.
¿Usted salió afuera físicamente? Sí.
What did you see when you looked and went outside?
¿Qué vio usted cuando fue afuera y se fijó?
I see this dark car, black car. I see this lady with curly hair. She's like a 5'4". She was trying to get out of her car from the passenger side. She was trying to get off. She can't because it was a guy in the driver's side, pick her in the back, like pull off her in the back to don't get off of the car.
Vi una señora dentro de un carro oscuro, un carro negro, una señora de pelo rizado como de 5'4", que quería salir del vehículo, estaba sentada en el lado del pasajero, pero no podía salir porque había un señor en el asiento del conductor que le estaba jalando por la espalda y no le dejaba salir del vehículo.
What did the car look like? Did it have any damage that you remember?
Yes, sir.
¿Cómo se veía el carro? ¿Tenía algún tipo de daño que usted recuerde? Sí, sí, señor.
What sort of damage?
¿Qué tipo de daño?
The front of the hood and the light, everything, it was like damaged, like they was hit already.
El frente, el capote del frente y el foco estaban dañados.
Could you see what was happening inside the car?
¿Usted podía ver lo que estaba ocurriendo dentro del vehículo?
Ms. Guzman, I think you froze for a moment. Let me ask again. Could you see what was happening inside the car?
Chiquita Guzmán, le voy a preguntar nuevamente. ¿Usted podía ver lo que estaba ocurriendo dentro del vehículo?
Ms. Guzman, we cannot hear you at the moment.
Señorita Guzmán, no la podemos escuchar en este momento.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. I see this guy hitting this woman with her head in the window passenger side.
Oh.
My girl, that girl, Ariana, it was outside, so she's screaming. Ariana Garcia run inside the store and she called 911. When my girl Darinel is screaming, this guy.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor, but the interpreter is having a hard time hearing the witness. The volume's very low and she sounds far away.
All right, Ms. Guzman, I assume you're using either a cell phone or a tablet to participate in this proceeding. Is that correct?
A cell phone.
Okay. Your volume now is much better. Whatever you just did, can you keep doing that to make sure that everyone can hear you, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Baird, why don't you re-ask the last question so she can answer and the interpreter can interpret.
Ms. Guzman, can you please explain to us what you saw happening in that car?
Señorita Guzmán, por favor, explique lo que usted vio que estaba ocurriendo en ese vehículo.
I saw this guy hit this woman with her head in the window passenger side. Daddy now, one of my employees, screaming really hard, and this guy let this woman go. She opened the door and run inside my store. I tell Ariana Garcia to call the police.
Yo vi a ese señor que estaba golpeando a la señora que estaba dentro del vehículo contra la ventana. Ella no podía salir, en algún momento ella pudo salir del vehículo y entró a mi tienda y yo le dije a Ariana García que llamara a la policía.
Did you actually see the man strike the woman?
¿Usted llegó a ver al hombre golpear a la señora?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Sí.
sir.
When he struck her, what happened to her?
Cuando él la golpeó a ella, ¿qué ocurrió?
She get out from her car, go inside my store, and this guy drive, but not too far. So the lady, it was inside my store, shaking, screaming, please call the police because this guy gonna kill me.
Cuando ella salió del vehículo y entró a mi tienda, el señor salió conduciendo en el carro, pero no condujo muy lejos. La señorita entró en mi tienda gritando que por favor llamen a la policía porque este hombre me va a matar.
Let me back it up a moment. What I want to know is when he physically struck her, where about on her body did she get hit?
Déjeme tomar un paso atrás. Cuando él la golpeó a ella, ¿en qué área del cuerpo o en qué parte del cuerpo la golpeó?
En la cabeza, al lado derecho contra la I'm sorry. He hit her in her head with the passenger side window, like grab her with her hair and hit her, like really hard.
Él la golpeó en la cabeza contra la ventanilla del lado del pasajero, bien fuerte.
Did you see her head strike the window?
¿Usted vio la cabeza de ella golpear la ventanilla? Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You said she got out of the car and went into your store?
Y usted dice que ella se bajó del vehículo y entró a su tienda.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
How was she acting when she went into your store?
¿Cómo estaba actuando ella cuando entró a su tienda?
It was checking, like scared. A person, her face, it was scared.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. If the interpreter could request that the witness say that again and try to approach more to the mic so I can listen.
Yes, sir. The lady, when she walked inside my store, that lady, it was shaking. Her face, it was fear. She was asking for help.
Cuando ella entró a mi tienda, estaba temblando y tenía cara de espanto, de susto en la cara.
When she went into your store, did the man come out of the car in any way to try to help her?
Cuando ella entró a la tienda, ¿el señor se bajó del vehículo de alguna manera para tratar de ayudarla? No.
Did you see him make any attempt to help her?
¿Usted lo vio a él hacer algún intento de ayudarla? No.
Did she tell you why she was so scared and afraid?
¿Ella le dijo por qué tenía tanto miedo y sentía tanto temor?
No, sir. She
No.
was the only word for this woman, it was, please call the police. I'm scared. I need help.
No, lo único que dijo esta señorita fue, por favor llamen a la policía, tengo miedo.
While that's going on, what's the man in the car doing?
Mientras eso está ocurriendo, ¿qué hace el hombre que estaba en el carro?
He was driving in the parking lot like a circle, waiting for her so she can come out.
Él estaba conduciendo en el estacionamiento, envuelta, dando círculos, esperando a que ella saliera.
Was he saying anything?
¿Él estaba diciendo algo?
No, sir.
No, señor.
Sir.
When the woman came in, was she crying?
Cuando la señora entró, ¿estaba llorando?
Yes, sir.
Sí.
Was she screaming?
¿Estaba gritando?
No, she was crying, shaking, fear.
Did
No,
she?
estaba llorando, temblando y con miedo.
Did he tell you whether she had been hit?
¿Y le dijo si la habían golpeado?
Not to me. To Adriana Garcia, Darinel Lopez. She had more time with these two employees because I was with customers. So the only thing that I was there, it was to hold this part and I was giving a bottle of water to her. But she was scared. She was scared. She cannot speak nothing else. The only thing from her mouth, it was, please call the police. This guy is going to kill me.
No, a mí no. A mí no. A Daniela López y a la otra muchacha porque eran las que estaba con la que pasó más tiempo. Yo estaba al frente atendiendo a los clientes. Yo le di una botella de agua y lo único que salía de la boca de esta muchacha era, por favor, llama a la policía, necesito ayuda.
After the police were called, did the woman leave your store?
Después de que se llamó a la policía, la señorita se marchó de la tienda.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why she left?
¿Sabe por qué se marchó?
No, sir. Not at all.
No sé.
Like, why she called us for help and then she get out. The only thing...
No sé por qué ella nos pediría ayuda y después se marcharía.
When she left, did you see where she went?
Cuando ella se marchó, ¿usted vio hacia dónde se dirigió? Sí.
Where did she go?
¿A dónde
she
fue?
walked like 20 steps and a guy from the same car pulled her inside the car and he ran. That's why we called the police.
Ella caminó como 20 pasos y después el hombre que estaba en el carro la jaló dentro del vehículo y se marcharon. Ahí es donde llamamos a la policía.
Did you see whether the police stopped that car?
¿Usted vio si la policía pudo detener ese vehículo?
Yes, sir.
Sí.
Did they stop the right car?
¿Y detuvieron al vehículo correcto?
Yes, sir.
Sí.
Was the man who hit the woman and the woman who was hit in that car when the police stopped it?
¿O el hombre que detuvo a la mujer era el mismo hombre que golpeó a la señorita en ese vehículo anteriormente?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
I have no further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
All right, ma'am. The defense attorney may have questions, so listen carefully again. Mr. Parker, you may proceed.
Bien, señora, el defensor público puede que tenga preguntas para usted, la abogada defensora, así que por favor preste atención. Adelante, señor Parker.
Ms. Guzman, when law enforcement responded, did you speak to them?
Señorita Guzmán, cuando la policía llegó, ¿usted habló con ellos?
I cannot speak to them a lot. I just asking Ariana Garcia because she was in the middle to talk to them because I have a lot of customers that day.
Yo no hablé mucho con ellos, fue más bien Ariana García que era la que estaba en el medio porque yo tenía cosas que hacer, tenía clientes.
Ms. Guzman, please try and stay close to the phone. You're breaking up a little bit.
Señorita Guzmán, trate por favor de mantenerse lo más cerca que pueda al teléfono porque se le va la voz.
Okay.
Yes or no? Did you speak to law enforcement when they responded?
¿Sí o no? ¿Habló usted con los policías cuando llegaron?
No, sir.
No.
You did not write a written witness statement. You did not provide them one.
¿Y usted no les dio una declaración por escrito?
I'm sorry, Ms. Guzman, we can't hear you. Did you give law enforcement a witness statement when they
Señorita
responded?
Guzmán, no la podemos escuchar. ¿Le dio usted una declaración por escrito a la policía cuando llegaron?
Ms. Guzman, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. Have you gone on mute again?
Señorita Guzmán, la podemos ver, pero no la podemos escuchar. ¿Será que tiene su teléfono en mute?
Ms. Guzman, we still can't hear you.
Señorita Guzmán, todavía no la podemos escuchar.
Still cannot hear you, Ms. Guzman.
No la podemos escuchar, señorita Guzmán.
Ms. Guzman, can you hear us? Shake your head up and down. Ms. Guzman, we cannot hear you.
No podemos escucharla, señorita Guzmán.
We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
La podemos ver, pero no la podemos escuchar.
Ms. Guzman, if you can hear me, can you nod your head up and down, please?
Señorita Guzmán, si me escucha, puede asentar con la cabeza sí, que sí.
So Ms. Guzman's nodding her head up and down so that we can see her. She's not frozen. She can hear us, but for some reason we cannot hear her.
Bien, la señorita Guzmán ha sentado con la cabeza, indicando que no se escucha, no está cuadriculada ni congelada la imagen, pero no podemos escucharla nosotros a ella.
Ma'am, could you make sure there's not anything else on your device that might access the microphone? You know, a program opened up or an alert or anything like that?
Señorita, ¿puede asegurarse que no hay nada, ninguna otra aplicación en su teléfono que esté usando el micrófono en este momento, ningún programa, alguna notificación o algo por el estilo?
And have you checked to make sure that your phone is not on mute?
¿Y ha verificado para asegurar que su teléfono no está en mute?
So, Mr. Parker, what do you want me to do at this point?
I mean, Judge, my issue is I can't cross-examine the witness, and it just seems very convenient that 2 questions into my cross-examination, she's not able to respond to the question.
Señor Parker, ¿qué desea hacer entonces en este momento? El problema de eso, señoría, es que no puedo contrainterrogar a la testigo. Me parece demasiado conveniente que justo 2 preguntas que le he hecho y ya de repente no pueda contestar a mi interrogación.
My question, Mr. Parker, is what do you want me to do?
Mi pregunta, señor Parker, es ¿qué desea hacer?
Judge, I think we can try for maybe a few more minutes. And
Perhaps
then
if you log down in the
continue the hearing,
Creo que-
because I need to cross-examine Ms. Guzman based on the testimony that she just gave.
Creo que podemos intentar en unos minutos porque necesito hacerle la contrainterrogativa.
Here's my suggestion. And Ms. Guzman, wait until I get agreement from the lawyers before you do anything. My thought is potentially have Ms. Guzman disconnect from the meeting, reconnect, and see if that somehow cures the problem. Any objection, Mr. Parker?
No objection, Judge. I agree.
Mr. Baird.
I think that's a good thing to try at this point.
Okay. So Ms. Guzman, I want you, well, she's disconnected, so she clearly can hear us. Hopefully she will be able to connect back in. Mr. Baird, do you have a way to communicate with Ms. Guzman separate than this meeting?
I have a phone number for her. I can call her, but it looks like she's using that same phone to communicate with us on.
She's not yet logged back in. So,
Right.
although she may have to find the link and click the link again. Vasha, am I going to get any kind of prompts to admit her the way I would for Teams, or is she just going to come straight in? Okay. Okay. Mr. Barrett, it's been sufficient time in my mind for her to find the link and click the link. So do you want to call her and find out what the issue is?
I'll give her a call right now. I'm gonna
That's fine.
see if I can call her with the audio still on. Hi, Ms. Guzman. It's Ben Baird from the State Attorney's Office. We're trying to get you back into that meeting. Can you just log back in using the same link? All right, great. I'm going to hang up and please go ahead and log back in right now, okay? All right, thank you. She said, okay, no problem.
Mr. Figueroa, are you still with us?
Yes, Your Honor, the interpreter is still present.
All right, thank you. Parker, it looks like you dropped out of the meeting. Okay.
Mr. Parker, would you be okay if she testified perhaps telephonically over the phone? She picked right up when I called her a moment ago.
Just one thing.
Sorry, Judge.
You'd have to use a phone number associated with the meeting. You can't use the regular phone number here at the courtroom. In other words, if for some reason she can't video connect, can we give her a telephone number? Okay. We can't do that at this point in time. So we're going to have to get her connected back in the way she was before. So by my calculations, it's been about 3 minutes that she indicated no problem, hung up with you, Mr. Baird, and indicated she's rejoined the meeting. Now 4 minutes. So how long before you want to call her again to see in fact if there is a problem?
No, I'm not getting through on her phone, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Baird, what do you think I should do in these circumstances?
Well, we have several other witnesses that we can take in the meantime and then circle back around to Mr. Parker's cross of Miss Guzman. If we're not able to get her cross done this morning, we can do her cross on another day.
Mr. Parker, what's your response to that?
I think I'm okay if we want to move forward with other witnesses. Understanding that I do want to cross-examine her, and what I'm trying to avoid is the potential of us wasting time.
Okay. All right. So we will state once you alert your next witness, who's that going to be?
My next witness is Mr. Menendez Novoa.
Okay. So we'll take testimony from him in just a moment, and then we'll go from there. So, Mr. Figueroa, are you still with us?
The interpreter is still here, Your Honor, yes.
All right. The state now wants to call the defendant as a witness.
Bien, dado que se ha perdido la comunicación con la testigo, mientras tanto, entonces la Fiscalía va a convocarlo a usted, señor Menéndez, a testificar como testigo en este momento.
Perdón.
Ya que se ha perdido la comunicación con la testigo, mientras esperamos a que ella se reconecte, el señor fiscal, el abogado, lo va a interrogar usted ahora como testigo.
Okay.
All right. State, you may proceed with your inquiry. Just make sure you take enough pauses for the interpreter.
Bien, fiscalía, adelante con la interrogación y por favor hágalo de manera pausada para el intérprete.
Has the witness already been sworn?
¿Ya el testigo ha prestado juramento? Sí.
Okay. What is your name, sir?
¿Cuál es su nombre, señor?
Jeffrey Menéndez Novoa.
Jeffrey Menéndez Novoa.
On or about March 25th of 2020, were you on probation in the case we're here to discuss, 2017 CF 1499?
En la fecha del 25 de marzo del 2020, ¿se encontraba usted en libertad vigilada en el caso 17 CF 1499?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Were the terms of your probation explained to you at some point?
¿Y a usted en algún momento le explicaron los términos y las condiciones de su libertad vigilada?
Cuando yo firmé la probatoria, yo en verdad no sabía mucho inglés. A mí me hicieron una oferta y yo por salir la firmé porque en verdad yo no sabía nada de inglés, no sabía bien lo que estaba pasando. La abogada que yo tenía no estaba poniendo mucho de su empeño para ayudarme.
When I signed the contract for probation, I didn't really understand everything since I don't speak English. I just signed the contract because I wanted to be done with it and get out of it. But the attorney that I had, she didn't speak Spanish and she didn't really put much of an effort in explaining everything to me.
Did you understand that it would be a violation of your probation if you committed anything that would be a new crime while on probation?
Pero usted entendió que conllevaría un incumplimiento de su libertad vigilada si usted cometía algún crimen o hacía cualquier cosa que incumpliera con alguna ley.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Mr. Parker, any questions on that limited examination?
No, Your Honor.
Señor Parker, ¿alguna pregunta de contrainterrogativa en esta interrogación tan breve? No, su señoría.
State, call your next witness.
It's going to be Deputy Christopher Wark. I'm emailing him now to log back into the meeting.
Fiscalía convoca a su próximo testigo. Será para el alguacil Ward. Le estoy escribiendo ahora para que se conecte a la llamada.
I've emailed him, Your Honor. I'm waiting for him to log in.
While we're waiting, here he is. Okay. Deputy, can you hear me? Deputy, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
All right, now we can hear you. Let's go ahead and have the clerk swear the witness in.
Testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Deputy, did you hear that? Deputy, can you hear us?
You guys hear me?
We did now. Did you hear the clerk administer the oath? We've now lost the deputy. Deputy, can you hear us now?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you go ahead and raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir.
All right. Can you tell me your full name?
Deputy Christopher Wark, W-A-R-K.
All right. State you may inquire.
Your Honor, sorry to interrupt. Since new witness is not connected, I'm just going to disconnect the call real quick to be replaced by one of my colleagues. If you can just dial back on the VRI in about 10 to 20 seconds, I will instruct my colleague to be ready to answer the call.
All right. Well, Mr. Figueroa, before you go, I didn't initiate the call to you. That was done through our technical team.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he has stepped out at this point.
Your Honor, if it's okay with you, then I can just stay on for a few more minutes until that happens, and then you can call us back.
Okay.
No problem.
You have to find Navaggio and get him back. All right. Okay. State you may inquire. Deputy Wark, as a reminder, we do have an interpreter online, so try to answer nice and slowly and periodically take a pause so the interpreter can interpret what you said so far. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
All right, state your name, inquire.
All right, sir, please tell us your name and how you spell it.
It's Christopher Wark, W-A-R-K.
Diga su nombre y por favor deletree su apellido. Mi nombre es Christopher Wark, W-O-R-K.
What do you do for a living?
¿A qué se dedica usted?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Soy un alguacil para la oficina del sheriff del condado Orange.
On or about March 25th, 2020, did you respond to a call about an incident outside of an AutoZone on South Orange Blossom Trail?
El 25 de marzo de 2020 usted respondió a una llamada con respecto a un incidente que estaba ocurriendo afuera de una tienda AutoZone en la Orange Blossom Trail.
Yes, I did.
Sí.
When you got there, did you respond to where the suspect and victim were, or did you respond to where witnesses were?
Y cuando llegó, usted llegó al área donde estaban el acusado y la testigo o la víctima, o al área donde estaban los testigos.
I responded to the initial caller, which was at the AutoZone.
Yo llegué al lugar donde se encontraba la persona que llamó originalmente, lo que era en el AutoZone.
Did you write a report relating to your involvement in this incident?
¿Y usted radicó un informe con respecto a su involucración en este incidente?
Yes.
Sí.
Your Honor, at this time, States moves what's been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit B into evidence as States Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Su señoría, en este momento la Fiscalía quisiera pedir lo que ha sido marcado como pieza de prueba B, que se ha cogido como prueba de carga número 3. ¿Alguna objeción? Sin objeción.
B will be received as States 3.
Será cogido como prueba de carga número 3.
And I would ask the court to publish that at the court's convenience.
Y le voy a pedir al juzgado que lo difunde en cuanto le sea conveniente.
Deputy Work, what witnesses did you meet with?
Algo así. ¿Con qué testigos se reunió usted?
I met with the one of the witnesses, which was our original caller that worked at the AutoZone.
Me reuní con una de las testigos que era la que llamó originalmente una de las empleadas del AutoZone.
Was that Miss Darnielle Velez Lopez?
Esa era la señorita Daniel Vélez López.
Yes.
Sí.
What did Miss Darnielle Velez Lopez tell you she saw?
¿Y qué le dijo usted a la señorita Daniel Vélez López que vio?
So when she initially called us, she stated she was walking from her vehicle parked in the parking lot towards the AutoZone. She works at AutoZone, and she oversaw two, a male and a female in a vehicle that looked like they were arguing. And then she observed a female that tried to leave the car. That she, male subject in the car, kind of grabbed her by the hair to pull her back into the vehicle.
Ella indicó que se había estacionado en el estacionamiento del AutoZone, se había bajado de su vehículo y se dirigía al AutoZone donde trabajaba, y que en el transcurso vio a un señor y una señora, un señor hombre y una mujer femenina, masculino y femenino, que estaban discutiendo dentro de un vehículo. Observó que la persona femenina trató de bajarse del vehículo y que la persona masculina agarró a la femenina por el cabello tratando de impedirle que se bajara del vehículo.
Did Miss Darnielle Velez Lopez write a sworn statement for you?
La señorita Daniel López redactó un informe por escrito para usted, sí.
At this time, Your Honor, the state moves what's been marked for identification as Exhibit D, as in dog, into evidence as Exhibit 4.
En este momento, la Fiscalía quisiera pedir lo que ha sido marcado como pieza de prueba de dedo, que sea acogida como prueba de carga número 4.
Any objection, Mr. Parker? It'll be received as 4.
¿Alguna objeción? Sin objeción será acogido como prueba de carga número 4.
And the state requests the court to publish that at the court's convenience.
Y que eso sea difundido cuando sea conveniente. Bien.
While at the store, did other employees at the store tell you what they saw?
Mientras estaba en la tienda, ¿algunos de los otros empleados de la tienda le indicaron o le contaron lo que vieron?
There was another employee, because when I met with Ms. Darnell, I believe she wasn't the greatest. So she had another coworker that was kind of trying to help her. I mean, as you can tell from her statement, it's not the best English. So I spoke with several other employees in the store which observed the same situation, as well as, the situation with the female coming into the store and telling them to call 911.
Hablé con otros empleados del AutoZone porque como puede ver en el informe, el inglés de la señorita Daniel no es el mejor. Entonces hablé con otro de los empleados que indicaron que habían visto lo mismo la señorita que trató de bajarse el vehículo y que entró a la tienda y que había pedido que llamara a la policía y que pidieran ayuda.
Was everyone at the store kind of in agreement about what had gone down there?
¿Y todas las personas en la tienda concordaban con lo que habían dicho que vieron que ocurrió?
Yes, they didn't. Nobody else really wanted to write anything, but they all verbally were stating the same thing, and as far as what had occurred.
Sí, nadie más quiso poner nada por escrito, pero todos estaban de acuerdo y todos concordaban verbalmente con lo que habían visto de lo que había ocurrido.
Did you at some point learn that a suspect and the potential victim had been located?
¿En algún momento usted se enteró que el sospechoso y la supuesta víctima habían sido localizados?
Yes, Deputy Justin Hope had, after the call got out, we had deputies in the area. I believe Deputy Hope was one of the first in the vehicle that was described from my original complainant. Once I met with Miss Darnell and got her on the statement, she agreed to go, do a lineup, I guess you would call it.
Sí, cuando yo estaba allí recibí la llamada del oficial Justin Hope porque teníamos otros alguaciles en el área. Y mientras yo estaba hablando con la señorita Daniel, el alguacil Hope había indicado que había intercedido al vehículo que se había descrito con las personas. Luego se llamó a la señorita Daniel para que pudiera venir a la estación y pudiera hacer un reconocimiento de las personas que estaban ahí en fila.
When you did that show up with Miss Darnielle Velez Lopez, was she sitting in your patrol vehicle with you?
Y cuando usted se apareció para hacer ese reconocimiento con la señorita Daniel, ¿ella estaba sentada con usted en su vehículo, en su patrulla?
Yes, when we do a show up on with that situation, obviously we ask her if she would be willing to do a show up, which she agreed to. At that point, we place her into the rear seat of my Marks Patrol car. And at that point, I would drive down to the area where the vehicle was stopped, and she would be able to identify the two subjects that were stopped by the deputies as the two subjects that were seen in the parking lot initially.
Sí, cuando se hace ese tipo de reconocimiento en persona, así en el campo, yo le pregunté a la señorita Daniel si ella estaba de acuerdo en hacerlo. Al indicarme que sí, yo la senté a ella en el asiento trasero de mi patrulla y nos dirigimos hacia el área donde habían detenido este vehículo, en donde ella pudo reconocer y pudo identificar al sospechoso y a la supuesta víctima del incidente que ella había presenciado.
How far did you have to go to do the show up? How far did you have to drive?
¿Cuánta distancia tuvo que conducir usted para llegar al lugar donde se hizo el reconocimiento en persona?
I don't know the approximate distance. I would say from the AutoZone to the location of the traffic stop, I'm gonna say maybe a mile down Avenue is where it was stopped.
No sé exactamente la distancia, pero yo diría que desde el AutoZone hasta el área donde se hizo el reconocimiento, yo diría que fue como una milla de distancia.
When you got to the location where the vehicle was stopped, did Miss Darnielle Velez Lopez identify anybody?
Cuando llegaron al lugar donde se había detenido al vehículo, a la señorita Daniel Velez López, ¿identificó a alguien?
We initially pulled up there, from her the initial call. She stated the female was wearing a floral shirt. As we drove up there, she immediately stated 100% that the male subject that the deputies had and the female subject that they also had were the same exact two subjects that she initially was calling 911 about.
Desde el momento en que yo llegué al lugar de la llamada con la señorita Daniel, ella había indicado el tipo de vestimenta que llevaba la víctima y cuando llegamos al lugar donde se detuvo el vehículo, ella pudo identificar al 100% a la víctima y al agresor o al acusado en este caso que ella había visto durante el incidente.
Did you later learn the man she identified was named Jeffrey Menendez Novoa?
Y después pudo usted identificar que el hombre al que ella había identificado era el señor Jeffrey Menéndez Novoa.
Yes.
Sí.
Were you wearing a body camera during this incident?
¿Usted tenía puesto una cámara corporal durante este incidente?
Yes, it was.
Sí.
Did your body cam accurately record portions of your involvement in this case?
Y su cámara corporal pudo grabar fidedignamente parte de los hechos que ocurrieron durante este incidente.
Yes.
Sí.
At this time, state moves what's been marked for identification as Exhibit H, a disc that contains H1, H2, and H3, a composite exhibit of Deputy Works body cam into evidence as Exhibit 5.
En este momento la Fiscalía quisiera pedir lo que ha sido acogido como pieza de prueba H, lo que incluye los discos H1, H2 y H3. Es una pieza de prueba compuesta para que sea acogido como prueba de carga número 5.
Any objection, Mr. Parker? H will be received as composite 5.
¿Alguna objeción, señor Parker? No, su señoría. Sin objeción será acogida como prueba de carga compuesta número 5.
Your Honor, this is an exhibit that I'll need to actually publish because the court, I don't think, has any way to view it on its own there in the courtroom right now. So would the court prefer me to publish now or to let defense do their cross and then publish, or just publish at the end of all evidence, whatever the court prefers?
Su señoría, esta es una de las pruebas que sí necesitaría mostrar. No sé si la pueden ver ahora solos en la sala, dadas las circunstancias. Entonces quisiera preguntar si es mejor que la publique ahora, que la publique después de que el abogado defensor haga su contrainterrogativa o al final de la audiencia.
So let me make a suggestion. I am anticipating that whenever the state's done presenting the remaining witnesses, that I will recess the hearing to allow the state an opportunity to get Ms. Guzman back for cross-examination. Under those circumstances, would there be any objection to me simply reviewing all the evidence that's admitted in chambers prior to the conclusion of the hearing?
I would have no objection to that.
I'd have no objection either.
Esta es mi sugerencia. Dado que cuando se termine con estos testigos vamos a tener que tomar un receso para poder tener a la señorita Guzmán de vuelta para terminar la contrainterrogativa. Dado ese caso, ¿hay alguna objeción a que yo entonces en este momento pueda revisar todas las pruebas emitidas en mis aposentos luego en privado? No hay ninguna objeción con eso.
With that, I have no further questions of Deputy Work.
Y con eso no tengo más preguntas del alguacil.
All right, Mr. Parker, any questions for Deputy Work?
Just briefly, Judge.
Señor, ¿alguna pregunta para el alguacil? En breve.
Deputy, when you arrived at the AutoZone, did you speak to a Natalia Guzman?
Señor alguacil, cuando usted llegó al AutoZone, ¿usted habló con una señorita llamada Natalia Guzmán?
We didn't hear your answer, Deputy Work.
No, I did not.
No.
Did you obtain a written statement from Natalia Guzman?
¿Usted recibió algún testimonio por escrito o alguna declaración escrita de Natalia Guzmán? No.
Were you advised that she may have been a witness to any incident that had just occurred?
¿Y a usted le informaron que ella podía ser una testigo a cualquier incidente que pudo haber ocurrido?
I don't recall with her.
No recuerdo.
The only witness that you did a lineup or a show up with was Darnell. Is that correct?
Con la única testigo con la que usted habló y con la que hizo una identificación de campo fue con Darnell, ¿correcto?
Yes.
Sí.
If you had known that Miss Natalia Guzman was a witness, would you have done a show up with her as well?
Si usted hubiese sabido que la señorita Natalia Guzmán fuese una testigo, ¿usted hubiese hecho la identificación de campo con ella también?
Yeah, if I was made aware of that, yes.
Sí, si se me hubiese informado, sí.
Were you advised? Actually, I'll strike that. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, officer.
No tengo más preguntas. Gracias, oficial.
Thank you.
Additional questions?
There was at least one other witness that you did talk to about this, who you did not get a written statement from, correct? Because she's on your body cam.
Hubo por lo menos una testigo más con la que usted habló que no recibió una declaración por escrito, pero que aparece en su video de la cámara corporal, ¿correcto?
Yeah, there was several people in the AutoZone.
Okay,
Sí,
so you
varias personas del AutoZone.
there were several people that were there that may have seen what happened, but you only got the written statement from Ms. Darnielle Velez Lopez, correct?
Entonces, había varias personas que vieron lo que ocurrió, pero usted solo tomó el testimonio por escrito de la señorita Daniel, ¿correcto?
Yes, that's correct.
Sí, correcto.
No further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Deputy Warwick, you're free to go. Thank you for participating today.
Se puede retirar el alguacil. Gracias por participar.
All right. State, while you're alerting your next witness, Mr. Figueroa, I believe you can disconnect and we will dial in for the next interpreter.
Not a problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
You as well.
Judge, the next witness is going to be Deputy Hope. I just went ahead and emailed him that we're ready for him. One of our other ASAs, Ms. Morales, has been texting with Ms. Guzman, and Ms. Guzman texted a moment ago that she's not able to get back into the meeting. I don't know what's going on with that. She's asking if she can call in.
Okay. Well, again, my understanding is at this point we don't have the ability to have her call in. You could potentially resend the link. In the alternative, I've asked my judicial assistant to reserve Tuesday, August 25th at 10:30 for the conclusion of this proceeding. That'll give you 2 weeks to, actually 3 weeks now that I look at it, to sort out the problem, and then I'll just review all this body cam footage and other evidence that gets submitted prior to that conclusion.
Just to have her see if she can keep trying.
I mean, that's fine. Again, you might want to resend the link to her. Maybe there's something about the way she received the original link.
Yeah, you resent the link just now. I don't. Maybe you can ask her for an email. Maybe you can email. Okay, thank you. Deputy Hope says he's trying to log in now. Oh, there he is.
Looks like he's logging in. Now we need to make sure that we have our replacement interpreter in play. Once I know that, we'll go from there. Check and see who's in the meeting. Is there an interpreter online? Do we have our interpreter in the meeting now? Do we have an interpreter in the meeting now?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is a Spanish interpreter.
Good morning, Ms. Arroyo. This is Judge Wooten. How are you today?
I'm good. I hear you very far away.
How about now?
It's okay. I increased the volume.
Okay. We are continuing a hearing in 17 CF 149.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Your Honor.
We are continuing a hearing in 17 CF 1499.
Yes.
Defendant Jeffrey Menendez Navoa. Mr. Figueroa was providing services until a few minutes ago. Can you hear me at this point, Ms. Arroyo?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
Okay. And have you already been sworn today?
Yes, I have.
All right. State, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Announce that witness.
The state calls Justin Hope.
Your Honor, is the interpreter doing this over the PA, or will the witness have a headset?
The witness is at the Osceola County Jail, so it's been done over the PA.
Okay.
Deputy Hope, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Tell me your name.
Justin Hope.
Dígame su nombre, Justin Hope.
State, you may inquire.
La Fiscalía puede indagar.
All right, sir. What do you do for a living?
Señora, ¿qué se dedica usted?
All right. Mr. Menendez, can you still hear us at the Osceola County Jail?
Señor Menéndez, ¿usted nos sigue oyendo ahí en la cárcel?
Sí, su señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, you may now inquire.
La Fiscalía podrá indagar.
Mr. Hope, what do you do for a living?
Señor
Orange
Hope,
County.
¿a qué se dedica usted? Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Orange County Deputy Sheriff.
Soy alguacil para el sheriff del condado de Orange.
On or about March 25th of 2020, did you respond to a call about an incident outside of an auto zone on South Orange Blossom Trail?
Alrededor del 25 de marzo del año 2020, usted acudió a un incidente fuera de AutoZone en la Orange Blossom Trail.
Yes.
Sí.
Did you write a report relating to your involvement in the incident?
¿Y usted redactó un informe con respecto a su participación en este incidente? Sí.
Did that report fairly and accurately discuss your involvement in the case?
¿Y ese informe indicaba fidedignamente todo lo que usted participó en la causa?
Yes.
Sí.
The state moves what's been marked for identification as Exhibit C into evidence as Exhibit 6.
What was the letter identification?
C as in cat.
Su señoría, la Fiscalía desea presentar lo que sería prueba de carga T para que sea acogida como prueba de carga 6.
Any objection, Mr. Parker?
No objection.
¿Alguna objeción, licenciado Parker? Ninguna.
C will be received as 6.
Será acogido como prueba 6.
And once again, I'll ask the court to review that at the court's convenience.
Nuevamente pido a su señoría que lo estudie durante su propia conveniencia.
Deputy Hope, when you arrived into the area of that auto zone on South OBT, what got your attention?
Alguacil Hope, cuando usted acudió a esa zona en el Auto Zone, en la OBT, ¿qué fue lo que le tomó la atención?
Well, I heard the vehicle description come out, and then the fugitive unit was behind the vehicle.
Bueno, yo escuché la descripción del vehículo y la unidad de fugitivos se encontraba detrás del vehículo.
They were traveling eastbound as I was traveling westbound.
Ellos estaban yendo rumbo este mientras que yo iba rumbo oeste.
That was the fugitive unit in an unmarked car, and they were behind the defendant's vehicle.
Y me refiero a la unidad de fugitivos que se encontraba en un vehículo sin insignias y estaba detrás del vehículo del acusado.
The fugitive unit saw my marked patrol car and let me know he just passed as I was making a U-turn to get behind them.
La unidad de fugitivos vieron mi vehículo, me dejaron saber que él acababa de pasar mientras que yo daba una vuelta en U para que me pudiese poner detrás de él.
And what did that car that the fugitive unit and yourself saw, what did it look like?
El carro que la unidad de fugitivos y usted mismo estuvo persiguiendo, ¿cómo era?
It was a dark-colored sedan matching the description given by the witness with damage on that had damage.
Era un sedán de color oscuro, identificado por el testigo y que tenía daños.
Could you see how the people inside of that car were acting before the traffic stop?
¿Usted
No.
logró ver cómo se estaban comportando las personas dentro del vehículo antes de que fuese detenido el vehículo? No, su señoría.
Did another deputy tell you what they were seeing in that vehicle before the traffic stop?
¿Acaso otro alguacil le dejó saber qué es lo que veían ellos en el vehículo antes de que se realizara la detención de él mismo?
The fugitive unit, I'm not sure exactly what he saw or didn't see, but I don't recall. I know he had eyes on the vehicle before I did.
La unidad de fugitivos, no sé lo que logró ver o no ver, no me acuerdo, pero yo sé que ellos habían visto más que yo.
Did you actually conduct a traffic stop?
¿Y usted mismo fue quien realizó la detención del carro?
I had the vehicle had pulled over prior as I got behind the fugitive unit on a side street.
El vehículo se detuvo en una calle lateral mientras que yo me estaba acercando y poniendo detrás de la unidad de fugitivos.
During that time, the fugitive unit and myself activated our lights.
Y en ese plazo de tiempo, tanto la unidad de fugitivos como yo mismo habíamos activado las luces.
They were stopped in the middle of the roadway on a side street.
Se habían parado en medio de la calzada en una calle lateral.
When the people were ordered out of the vehicle, how many people were in that vehicle?
Cuando ordenaron a los ocupantes de salirse del vehículo, ¿cuántos habían estado dentro del vehículo?
2 people.
2 personas.
Did you later learn who the 2 people in that vehicle were?
Más
Yes.
tarde, ¿usted se enteró quién eran las 2 personas que estuvieron dentro del vehículo? Sí.
Who were the people in the vehicle?
¿Quién fueron las personas en el vehículo?
The one was the defendant, and the other was the victim.
Uno era el acusado y el otro la víctima.
When you say the defendant, are you referring to Mr. Jeffrey Menendez Novoa?
Cuando usted dice el acusado, ¿se refiere usted a Jeffrey Menéndez Novoa?
Yes.
Sí.
Do you see the person that you identified as Jeffrey Menendez Novoa on the group chat here today?
Hoy
Yes.
día, en el chateo de grupo, ¿ve usted a la persona que usted mismo identificó como Menéndez Novoa? Sí.
Can you please tell us what the person that you identified as Jeffrey Menendez Novoa is wearing in the group chat today?
¿Nos puede usted decir qué lleva puesto de vestimento en este grupo de chateo hoy día el señor Menéndez Novoa?
An orange shirt with a face mask.
Tiene una mascarilla y una camisa anaranjada.
May the record reflect the in-court identification.
Que conste en actas que acaba de identificarlo.
Any objection, Mr. Parker?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr.
Did you, sir, take photographs of the woman and the vehicle?
¿Acaso usted tomó fotos de la mujer en el vehículo?
Yes.
Sí.
Did those photographs you took fairly and accurately reflect what the woman looked like and the vehicle they had been in looked like?
Y esas fotos reflejan fidedignamente cómo era la mujer y el vehículo en la cual se encontraban.
Yes.
Sí.
At this time, state moves what's been marked for identification as Exhibit F as in Frank into evidence as Exhibit 7.
En este momento dado, la Fiscalía desea presentar lo que se considera como prueba de carga F y que se ha acogido como prueba de carga número 7.
Any objection, Mr. Parker?
No objection.
¿Alguna objeción? Ninguna.
F will be received as 7.
Será acogido como prueba 7.
Was the woman, Miss Nydia Rodriguez, was she cooperative with you?
¿La señora Nydia Rodríguez fue cooperativa?
No.
No.
Did you attempt to have her write a statement about what had happened?
¿Acaso usted intentó conseguir que ella escribiera una declaración con respecto a lo ocurrido?
Yes.
Sí.
Did she write a statement for you about what happened?
¿Y acaso ella redactó una declaración con respecto a lo ocurrido?
No.
No.
Did you submit her a statement you tried to have her write? Did you submit that document into evidence in this case?
La declaración que usted intentó que ella escribiese, ¿lo presentó como prueba en esta causa dada?
It didn't go into our evidence locker. It was submitted with the case package.
No se depositó en la casilla de pruebas, simplemente se incluyó en el paquete de material probatorio.
At this time, state moves what's been marked for identification as Exhibit E as an elephant into evidence as Exhibit 8.
En este momento dado, la Fiscalía presenta la prueba E como material probatorio y que se ha acogido como prueba 8.
Any objection?
¿Alguna objeción?
No objection.
Ninguna.
He will be received as 8.
Deputy, did you have body cam during this incident?
I'm sorry, Counsel, could you repeat that? It didn't come through clearly.
I said, Deputy Hope, did you have body cam running during this incident?
Again, Deputy Hope, did you have, and I can't understand.
Body cam during this incident.
Thank you. Aguacil, durante este incidente, ¿cargaba usted una cámara corporal?
Yes.
Sí.
Did your body cam fairly and accurately record portions of your involvement in this incident?
Y esa cámara corporal fidedignamente grabó su interacción en esta causa.
Yes.
Sí.
At this time, state moves what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit I as an igloo, a disc that contains the portion of Deputy Hope's body cam from 2024-18 to 2034-39 into evidence as Exhibit 9.
En este momento dado, la Fiscalía desea presentar lo que ha sido lo que previamente fue marcado como prueba de carga I, que es el disquete de la cámara corporal del alguacil Hope en el número 23418 y 23439 para que sea acogida y marcada como prueba de carga número 9.
Any objection?
¿Alguna objeción?
I guess just to clarify, the portion of the body cam that you're introducing, what are the minutes again?
Para aclarar, la porción de la cámara que usted desea presentar, ¿cuáles son los minutos en esa grabación?
Exhibit I contains 20:24:18 until 20:34:39.
Prueba I contiene la grabación de minutos 20:24:18 hasta 20:34:39.
No objection.
Ninguna objeción.
It'll be received as
Next, I'm going to show the witness a exhibit.
Próximamente le voy a presentar al testigo una prueba.
And this is going to be what has been marked for identification as Exhibit G.
Esto es lo que previamente se marcó como pieza de convicción G.
Trying to get it pulled up just a moment. Deputy Hope, I've placed on the exhibit G, I've placed before you. Can you see that?
Le estoy mostrando ante usted la prueba de carga G. ¿Lo ve usted?
Yes.
Sí.
All right. This is a screenshot from the body cam that's in evidence as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this screenshot?
I do.
Esto es una capturación de la pantalla de la cámara corporal en la prueba 9. ¿Usted logra identificar la persona que figura en esa capturación de la imagen?
Who do you
Yes,
recognize?
Sí. ¿Quién reconoció usted?
Who do you recognize that person to be in the T-shirt in Exhibit G?
¿Quién reconoce usted de ser la persona que lleva puesta la camiseta en la prueba de carga G?
The defendant.
El acusado.
At this time, State moves what's been marked for identification as Exhibit G into evidence as States 10.
En este momento dado, la Fiscalía presenta prueba de carga G para que sea acogida como número 10.
Any objection?
¿Alguna objeción?
It'll be received as 10.
Deputy Hope, when Deputy Ward came by for the show-up, was anybody other than the defendant and Miss Nydia Rodriguez with law enforcement at that time?
Aguacil Hope. Cuando vino el Aguacil Wharton para la rueda de sospechosos, aparte del acusado mismo y la señora Nydia, ¿había alguien más ahí con las autoridades en ese momento dado?
No.
No.
When you spoke with Miss Nydia Rodriguez, did she admit that in the car prior to being stopped that they had, quote, been fighting?
Cuando usted habló con la señora Nydia Rodríguez, ¿acaso ella le admitió a usted que antes de que fuesen detenidos, dentro del carro, ellos habían estado discutiendo?
I do believe so.
Creo que sí.
Were you able to observe any injuries on Miss Rodriguez?
¿Usted logró observar alguna lesión sobre el cuerpo de la señora Rodríguez?
Yes.
Sí.
What injuries did you observe?
¿Cuáles fueron las lesiones que observó usted?
Look, she had like a slight red abrasion to her. I want to say it was her left eye.
Ella tenía una abrasión roja, más o menos, al ojo izquierdo, si no me equivoco.
Did you ask her about that?
¿Y usted le preguntó a ella con respecto a eso? Sí.
How did she respond to that?
¿Y cuál fue la respuesta que le dio ella?
I don't exactly recall what she had responded with, but she would not go into detail or be very cooperative.
No me acuerdo exactamente cuál fue su respuesta, pero ella no quiso darnos detalles ni tampoco fue cooperativa.
If reviewing your body cam, would her response to your question about it be included on your body cam?
Si usted fuera a revisar la grabación de la cámara corporal, lo que ella dijo constaría en la misma, sí.
Let me ask you this, Deputy Hope. Have you seen a birthmark before as an adult human being?
Le quiero hacer esta pregunta. ¿Alguna vez antes usted ha visto una marca de nacimiento sobre un ser humano? Sí.
Based on just your life experience, did what you saw on Mr. Rodriguez's face appear to you to be a birthmark?
Judge, I would object. It seems like he's giving medical testimony. He's not a medical doctor.
Basado en su experiencia, ¿diría usted que lo que usted observó sobre la señora era una mancha de nacimiento? Protesto, su señoría. Él no tiene la capacitación como médico.
Based on the background questions, I'll sustain the objection. Move on, Mr. Baird.
Basado en la pregunta que se ha formulado, doy lugar a la objeción.
Your Honor, an adult witness can testify as to their lay observations of injuries.
Su señoría, un adulto puede testificar con respecto a sus observaciones como persona lega, con respecto a lesiones.
I've allowed him to testify that he observed what appeared to be an abrasion. You now have asked him to exclude, based on whatever his experience is, that it could be a birthmark. That's what was objected to. That's what I sustained.
Yo le he permitido que usted le hiciese pregunta con respecto a una lesión que él consideraba que fuese una abrasión, pero ahora, con respecto a lo que usted piensa que pudo haber sido algo más, con respecto a eso, he concedido la objeción.
Deputy, is your inquiry about what you believe to be an injury on Ms. Rodriguez's face and her response to that, is that all captured on your body cam that's in evidence now as Exhibit 9?
Listen, Aguacil, con respecto a las indagaciones que usted le hizo a la señora relativo a sus lesiones y las respuestas que ella le dio, todo eso está capturado en la grabación de la cámara corporal que fue acogida como prueba número 9. Sí.
I have no further questions.
No tengo pregunta adicional.
Cross-examination, Mr. Parker.
Licenciado Parker, contrainterrogación.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Hope, you testified that Miss Nydia Rodriguez was uncooperative with your investigation. Is that true?
Wasil Hope, usted testificó que la señora Nydia Rodríguez no quiso cooperar con la investigación. ¿Es cierto eso?
That is true.
Así es.
How specifically was she uncooperative?
¿Qué tan rápido dejó de cooperar?
She just refused to do a statement, so she didn't want to cooperate with the statement.
Ella rehusó dar una declaración. Ella no quiso cooperar con lo de dar declaración.
Did you ask her what happened?
¿Acaso usted le preguntó a ella qué fue lo que había ocurrido? Sí.
Did she provide an oral statement?
¿Y acaso ella le dio una declaración oral?
She did very limited.
Lo hizo, pero de manera limitada.
In your report, you advised that she refused to cooperate with any questioning. Do you remember writing that?
En su informe, usted indicó que ella rehusó cooperar con cualquier tipo de indagación. ¿Se acuerda usted de haber escrito eso?
I do. I should have been a little more specific with the details of the investigation.
Sí, me acuerdo. Debería de haber sido más específico con respecto a los detalles en esta investigación.
Sure.
Just because of when I had observed what, based on my training and experience, to be.
Keep going, please.
A fresh abrasion. She did allude to the fact that it was something else. I pulled up a picture of her driver's license, and that abrasion was no longer there in the picture.
Debido a lo que yo observé y debido a mi entrenamiento y experiencia, yo vi una abrasión fresca y ella aludió de que era como resultado de otra cosa, pero yo abrí la foto que teníamos en su carnet de conducir y ahí no se veía ninguna abrasión.
So she provided limited answers to my questions. However, based upon that, I didn't feel they were truthful.
Ella nos dio unas respuestas limitadas a las preguntas, pero basado en lo que nos dio, no me parecieron que fuesen sinceros.
When I see a picture of her driver's license and then I see a picture of her in front of me, the abrasion was not on her driver's license picture.
Cuando yo miré la foto de la licencia de conducir, la abrasión no se veía en esa foto.
Have you seen her since the day of this incident?
¿La ha vuelto a ver a ella desde el día del incidente?
No, I have not.
No, no la he visto.
Okay. Did she advise you that it was a hematoma on her face?
¿Acaso ella le informó a usted que en la cara ella tenía una hematoma?
I don't recall.
No me acuerdo de ello.
Okay. So in your report, when you said she refused to cooperate with questions, you more meant that you didn't believe her answers were truthful.
Así que en su informe, cuando usted indicó que ella rehusó contestar a las preguntas, lo que en realidad usted quiso decir era que no pensaba que estaba siendo sincera.
Partially, yes. I was referring to that and her declining to give a sworn statement.
Sí, en parte, así es. Me refería a eso y en parte porque ella rehusó rendir una declaración.
Okay. After you spoke with her, you Baker acted her, is that right?
Después de que usted habló con ella, la detuvo bajo las leyes de Baker. Protesto su señoría pertinencia.
All right, so there's an objection before the deputy answers. Mr. Parker, go ahead and tell me the objection. Or excuse me, Mr. Baker, tell me the objection.
I'm sorry. ¿Cuál es la razón tras la objeción? Pertinencia. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm having difficulty hearing, Your Honor.
All right. I'll try to be louder.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Parker, response to the state's relevance objection?
Señor Parker, respuesta a la objeción hecha de parte de la Fiscalía con respecto a la pertinencia.
Judge, it's relevant as to Ms. Rodriguez's response to questions and statement to her mind and bias as to the time that she was being questioned by the officer.
Su señoría es pertinente con respecto a las respuestas que la señora Rodríguez dio a las preguntas y sus declaraciones con respecto a su estado mental y perjuicio con respecto a la pertinencia.
I will overrule the objection and allow the deputy to answer the question.
Denegada la objeción y permito que el alguacil conteste a la pregunta.
Okay. No, that's incorrect. I did not Baker act her.
Incorrecto. No la detuve según la ley de Baker.
Did anyone Baker act her that was a part of this investigation?
¿Acaso alguien que formaba parte de esta investigación la detuvo en conformidad a la ley Baker? Sí.
I'm sorry, Deputy, I don't know. And she was Baker acted because you or someone felt that she was a danger to herself or to others? Is that correct?
Y ella fue detenida en conformidad a la ley Baker porque usted o alguien consideró que ella presentaba un riesgo a los demás.
To my knowledge, it was another deputy who felt that she was a danger to herself after speaking with her. I wasn't present for the elements of the Baker Act as to why Baker acted her. I was in another location on scene.
Según tengo entendido, fue otro alguacil quien determinó que ella presentaba un peligro a su propia persona después de hacerle las debidas preguntas. Yo no me encontraba ahí en ese momento dado, me encontraba en otro lugar.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Judge. Thank you.
Su señoría, en este momento dado no tengo pregunta adicional. Gracias.
Any redirect, Mr. Baird?
No redirect.
¿Alguna repregunta, licenciado? Ninguna.
Is Deputy Hope excused from this proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not catch what Your Honor is saying. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I excused Deputy Hope. Ms. Arroyo, can you hear me?
Yes, very faintly.
All right. I excuse Deputy Hope.
I'm sorry, I can't catch that.
I excused
Thank
Deputy
you.
Hope.
El alguacil Hope se puede retirar.
All right, folks, it is noon. We've exhausted the 2 hours set aside for this hearing. I previously indicated that I was going to recess the hearing to August 25th at 10:30 a.m. I will review all the evidence currently submitted. Actually, before we go into recess, I'll ask a question about the remaining exhibits, and then the state can present Ms. Guzman for cross-examination on that date. State, if you can't produce Ms. Guzman, you need to be prepared to argue why I should consider her testimony when Mr. Parker did not have an opportunity to cross-examine her. Mr. Parker, you may also want to be prepared to argue that issue if that's what happens.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Before I interpret, could you please repeat the date? August
25th at 10:30 a.m.
Yes, thank you. Bueno, ya hemos llegado a las 12 del día, hemos exhaurido todo el tiempo que teníamos para esta audiencia, por lo tanto, antes de indicar qué es lo que vamos a hacer, les voy a dejar saber que se va a aplazar esto para el 25 de agosto, que es la próxima audiencia que tenemos para esta causa, y sería a las 10:30 de la mañana. Mientras tanto, yo estudiaré todas las pruebas que se han ventilado aquí hoy día, y entonces ese día la Fiscalía decidirá si desea presentar a la señora Guzmán para que se pueda interrogar su testimonio en la fecha de agosto. La Fiscalía tiene que poder producir a la señora Guzmán, y si no logra producirla a esta señora ese día, tiene que estar lista para argumentar el por qué yo debería de tener en cuenta el testimonio de la señora Guzmán, siendo que el licenciado contrario no ha tenido la oportunidad de contrainterrogarla. Y también a la parte contraria estar listo para plantear sus argumentos.
There are 4 remaining exhibits yet to be, actually there are 5 exhibits that have not yet been admitted. The first appears to be the 911 call.
Quedan 5 pruebas remanentes que todavía no han sido acogidas. La primera es la llamada 911.
State, are you offering the 911 call?
¿La Fiscalía
Yes,
está
Your Honor.
ofreciendo esa llamada? Sí, su señoría.
And Mr. Parker, any objection to the 911 call?
Licenciado Parker, ¿alguna objeción a la llamada 911?
All right.
No por ahora.
What's the objection going to be so I can be prepared to deal with it on the 25th?
¿Cuál va a ser la objeción para que yo lo pueda tener en cuenta cuando se celebre la audiencia en el día 25?
Say that again, Mr. Parker.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear
Because
Mr.
right now
Parker.
there's a foundation and authentication objection as the 911 call.
En este momento dado, con respecto a la llamada 911, hay una cuestión de fundamento y autenticidad.
Then, Mr. Baird, I'll deal with those objections on the 25th.
Licenciado, me ocuparé de esas objeciones el día 25.
There are 4 additional exhibits that appear, at least 3 of them clearly appear to be from the original case that he was on probation. Any objection to those 3, Mr. Parker?
Tenemos 4 pruebas adicionales y parece ser que 3 de ellas surgen de la acusación original en la cual se le había impuesto el régimen de libertad vigilada. Licenciado Parker, ¿tiene alguna objeción a ellos?
Judge, we are objecting. I'm not sure right now what the purpose of them being entered is. I think Mr. Baird had indicated he may use them for sentencing. So as far as for sentencing, we may not have an objection, but for purposes of this hearing, yes, we do, Judge.
No estoy bien seguro cuál es el propósito de que sean acogidas. Si no me equivoco, la parte contraria ha indicado que desean ventilarlos para el propósito de la sentencia. Si va a ser para eso, no tenemos ninguna objeción. Sin embargo, si van a ser ventiladas para esta audiencia, sí protestamos.
Mr. Baird, do you have any argument that these items are relevant to the issue of whether the defendant willfully violated his probation?
Licenciado Baird, ¿tiene usted algún argumento que plantear con respecto a la pertinencia sobre el tema de que son estas pruebas pertinentes al acto de incumplimiento de la libertad vigilada del acusado?
Exhibits L and M are only in the event that the court finds a violation of probation. Those exhibits are for a potential sentencing.
I'm sorry, counsel, could you repeat that again? It didn't come through very clearly.
Exhibits L and M are only if the defendant is found in violation of probation. Those 2 exhibits are for sentencing purposes only.
La prueba L y M serían solo si lo hallan culpable al acusado de incumplir con su régimen. Dichas 2 pruebas serían solo para el propósito de la sentencia.
Exhibits N and O are potentially to be used for impeachment purposes if the defense puts on a case.
Las pruebas N, E y O solo serán utilizados potencialmente para propósitos de impugnación si la defensa presenta una causa.
All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave J, L, M, N, and O with the clerk. She'll retain custody of those pending the resumption of our hearing. The items that have been received in evidence, I will take with me to chambers so I can review in advance. And then there was also case law submitted. I will take the case law. Mr. Parker, if you're going to want me to review any case law in advance of our continuation, you can submit it to my GA. Make sure Mr. Baird knows. And we'll go from there.
Judge, also with
I'm sorry, counsel, please. Las pruebas J, L, M, N y O los voy a dejar bajo la custodia de la Secretaría para que estén disponibles el día que se resuma la audiencia. Con respecto a las pruebas ya acogidas, las estudiaré para tenerlas preparadas por adelantado, y con respecto a la jurisprudencia que ustedes han sometido, también, licenciado Parker, cualquier jurisprudencia que desea presentar tiene que hacerlo por antelación de la Secretaría del asistente judicial, perdón. Go ahead, counsel.
What I was going to say, Your Honor, is I also submitted a score sheet and jury instructions to Madam Clerk. I don't know if the court wants me to take those back or if the court wants to keep those with Madam Clerk at this time.
I'll just leave them with the clerk.
Su señoría, también he presentado la hoja de cálculo y las instrucciones para el jurado a la Secretaría del Juzgado. No sé si su señoría quiera que yo me los tome de regreso o que los deje ya bajo el cuidado de la secretaria. Lo puede dejar con la secretaria.
For our next proceeding, let's assume that we will continue to use the Cisco meeting technology unless I say otherwise.
Para la próxima audiencia vamos a dar por sentado que utilizaremos el sistema tecnológico Cisco, al menos que yo indique lo contrario.
And Mr. Parker, as you observed today, when we're both using the technology, you being in the courtroom just creates feedback for the court and for you. So you can, at the next proceeding, appear from your office or whatever other location where you have a good, steady internet connection. All right, anything else before I take us into recess?
No, Your Honor.
¿Queda algo más antes de levantar la sesión? No, su señoría.
All right, we're in recess. Everyone have a good day.
Muy bien, levanta la sesión y que todos tengan buen día. Your Honor, the interpreter will disconnect.
Thank you, Ms. Arroyo.
You're welcome.
All right, corrections, have a good day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You are the only participant.
My name is Mike Murphy. I'll be the circuit judge today conducting the initial appearances. Will the attorney for the state state their name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Cynthia Gonzalez on behalf of the state of Florida.
And for the defense.
Guillermo Lopez on behalf of the Public Defender's Office.
All right, thank you. And pretrial services?
Mr. Ray Okendo?
All right, when you hear your name coming up to the podium, if you hear the clerk say, actually, what do you say for PD? What do you say for the PD? PD approved? Okay, if you hear the clerk say PD approved, it means the public defender is assigned to your case. If you hear the clerk tell you for a next court date something called on demand, it just means that you don't have a future court date unless the state makes a charging decision, or if you can't afford to post the bond, your lawyer can always schedule a hearing in front of the judge assigned to the case to try to get you a bond. The first case is DeAndre Jackson.
He's en route, Your Honor. He's from a different part of the jail.
All right. How about Lucas Deese? All right, sir, you're wanted for a violation of probation out of Nassau County, and your bond is no bond, so Nassau County will be told to come pick you up, and they should pick you up in the next couple of days. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Next case is last name Alami, first name Omar.
PD approved.
You're in custody on a warrant for your arrest that was issued when you allegedly failed to appear for court. The bond is no bond. The clerk is going to tell you your next court date. Your attorney can always schedule an earlier date to try to get you a bond.
Next court date, August 13th, in courtroom 4E at 8:05 a.m.
Did you hear that?
August 13th.
August 13th, yeah, about 9 days from today. All right, thank you. Next case is Alfredo Alvarez Abreu. You're wanted out of Orange County, and the bond is no bond. Orange County usually picks a person up in a day or two. Do you understand?
In a day or two, you said?
Say that again?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, these masks make things a little bit difficult. So there's a warrant for you're in custody because Orange County had a warrant for your arrest. The bond is no bond, and they usually pick people up within a day or two of being told to come and get you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Next case is Franklin Azarias Mejia.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hi, good afternoon. You have a case here of driving while license suspended, and then you also have a case of trafficking in meth and also carrying a concealed firearm. There's probable cause for the three offenses. The first thing I'm gonna do is hear from pretrial services about any prior criminal history for me to set your conditions of release in your case, okay?
What was it again?
We're about to set your bond. It hasn't been set yet.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
I'm taking this.
Judge, the defendant has arrests going back to 2012, disorderly conduct, resisting officer without violence, charge of robbery in 2018, which was no approach. There is a warrant for his arrest out of Orange County on a 19 CF 1549, charges of fleeing and eluding a Leo with lights. And he's also out on ROR on a driving license suspended out of Orange County, case 20 CT 2026.
Can the state just look at that case number? I tried to look at that 19 CF 1549, and it seemed like it was for a different person for a case that's already been concluded. But you're sure it's from Orange County, right?
Yes, Judge.
19 CF 1549.
19 CF 1549.
Maybe I typed it in wrong.
You say it's for a different person?
Well, I might have typed it in wrong, but that's what, just double check.
19 CF 1549. He has a detainer right now for that case.
I know the warrant hasn't been served on him, but is it a no bond or is there a bond on it?
That's $1,000 bond.
I have a 48/2020 CT 2026 that's currently KPS warrant out of Orange County. And the two cases open here, Judge.
You don't have a felony in Orange County?
Not that I can.
Maybe that's from a different county. 'Cause you're not looking at a computer printout, you're just looking at handwritten notes.
No, Judge, I'm looking at a computer printout from NCIC.
Maybe the prosecutor can look at that.
He has few aliases.
Yeah, Judge, I think that might be an issue too, the hyphenated name, so let me look up without the hyphen. I got it, Judge. 2019 CF 1549. It's without a hyphen, and it is a fleeing or attempting to elude, and there is a KPS warrant out for his arrest.
And it's CF 1549.
CF 1549.
All right, thanks. All right, so on your case here, the driving while license suspended, the bond is $500. On the carrying a concealed firearm, the bond is $1,000, and the trafficking, your bond is $25,000. If you can't afford to post a bond, your lawyer can go in front of the judge and sign the case to try to lower the bond. You understand?
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah. I know. Thank you.
Next court date for 2020 CF 2187 on demand, and for 2020 CT 1881 is still in jail August 13th, and filed August 28th in courtroom 4A at 3 p.m.
Is Christopher Garrett? Okay, thank you, sir. Christopher Garrett, come on up.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Jackson here.
Okay, we'll just since, let's see, I can't tell if the person's standing or not. There you go. All right, Mr. Garrett, we'll be with you in a moment. Are you DeAndre Jackson?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You're in custody in Osceola County on a case from Orange County where the bond is $500.
All right.
Usually Orange County picks up the people within a day or two after they're told to come and get them, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, that's all.
You have a good day.
You too. All right, Mr. Garrett.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I'm doing pretty good. Did you say PD approved on this one? Okay, so the Public Defender's Office appointed to represent you. The allegations are possession of ammunition or weapon, actually possession by a weapon by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm while at the same time there's an injunction prohibiting the person from carrying a firearm. They're charged of discharging a firearm in public, carrying a concealed firearm, and then also a battery on a family or household members. That phrase is defined by law. You're entitled to bond. You're going to have the bond set in just a moment, but I'm going to first hear from pretrial services about any prior criminal history, if any. Yes, sir, go ahead.
The defendant has two arrests here locally, January 2020. Charges of battery, criminal mischief, resisting officer without violence. He's out on bond on that case for Polk County. Also has a January 16, 2020 violation of a municipal ordinance, trespassing, found guilty on that. History out of the state of Ohio from 2008, charges of assault, robbery, weapons violation, tampering with evidence, aggravated stalking, aggravated assault. Last arrest in Ohio coming in 2014 with charge of assault. The victim is requesting no contact.
Mr. Garrett, whenever the victim doesn't show up, or there's on a domestic case or even on a non-domestic case where there's a listed victim, the court has to order that you have no contact with the listed victim.
Yes, sir.
Just to avoid any confusion, no contact means no good or bad contact, no direct or indirect contact.
Is it just
Even-
with that
even if-
victim, sir, or is it like?
What's that?
Is it just with that victim? Am I allowed to like still speak with like my mom?
It's just the listed victim of the battery charge. I don't comment about other people because I have no idea what this injunction is about. So if there's an injunction prohibiting you from having contact with someone, then make sure you comply with the injunction.
Yes, sir.
But as this particular case is concerned, the listed victim is just the victim of the battery.
Okay, yeah.
Right? It's a problem if they share the same phone number, because if you call that phone number, it's going to look like you're contacting the victim. So don't contact the same, if they're sharing a number, don't contact that number. So it's no contact with the victim. You have to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You're not allowed to go to where the victim resides. Not allowed to possess any weapons or firearm or ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Right, so, and then the bond on that battery charge is $1,000, and the remainder bonds that are listed on the police report of the 4,000 on count 1, 2,500 count 2, 500 count 3, 1,000 on count 4, those bond numbers seem appropriate based upon the prior criminal history and the charge here. If you can't afford to post a bond after trying, your lawyer can always schedule a hearing in front of the judge assigned to the case to try to get you a lower bond. And then once you post the bonds here, apparently you have this case out of Polk County. They might put a detainer on you to bring you down there. And was there something else? No, just that one. Okay. All right. You understand all of that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. The clerk's going to tell you your next court date is probably one of these on demands because the state hasn't made a charging decision.
Next court date on demand.
All right. Thank you. All right, so now we're switching out the people.
That's it for the first group, sir. We're at the second group on the way up.
All right, thanks.
Sorry, Judge, and you found PC on that previous case, right?
Yes. There's these masks on. I can't tell where the sound's coming from. happen to know the number to 6E for the list of the forms? I think it's 2514. Actually, don't worry, I'm just gonna, now I'm gonna do this Microsoft Teams civil hearing while we're waiting for this. So when the court reporter calls and says, why did we go off the record?
Your Honor, I have one gentleman that refused to be brought up. It's Ludick, Ted Ludick. Oh, he don't know.
I had the mute button pressed until you tell me all are ready. So that means I probably can't hear what you're saying.
That's all right, sir. I had one refusal. Ted Ludick.
Okay.
And all I'm doing is waiting on a self-harm to be brought up, but I have 4 others we can go get started with if you'd like.
Now, I'm doing a civil hearing, which should take about 10 minutes or so.
That's
And
fantastic.
I had to press the mute button so that you didn't broadcast there, but apparently it also means I can't hear you either. So I'm just gonna do that for about 10 minutes and then we'll go back on the record and let you know we're ready.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. back to the jail. All right. Is the jail ready? Are you all ready again?
Sir?
Are you all ready?
Yes, sir. I had two that actually refused to be brought up.
All right, when we call their names out, just say that out loud again, okay? All right, the first one I have is Nedkel Young.
PD approved.
All right, you're in custody on a warrant that was issued for aggravated battery, and it says basically preventing someone from being able to access a 911 call. Up to this point in time, you've been held without bond, but you're entitled to bond under the case. So I'm going to hear from pretrial services about any prior criminal history for me to set the conditions of release. I do have to order that you have no contact with the victim, that you maintain a separate residence from the victim, which is Ronald Vaughn. Don't possess any weapons or firearms, and don't go to where Ronald Vaughn resides. Do you understand that part so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So pretrial services, any prior criminal history?
Yes, 2 prior arrests, 1998 aggravated child abuse, and driving license expired. The dispositions are unknown. That is all, Judge.
Okay. And not entitled to straight pretrial release, but entitled to pretrial release on top of bond. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
One of the things you're also allowed to do is return one time with law enforcement to get any belongings at the place. The way that works is you'd contact the law enforcement agency that has jurisdiction over the property, tell law enforcement you're allowed to return one time. You won't be the first person to ever call them. They have a procedure and they'll accompany you to the property. Don't just go directly to the property. But your bond in each one of these counts is going to be $1,000 plus pretrial release with the conditions that I mentioned. Do you understand?
No, I really don't.
Okay, so sometimes it's the mask here. So you're in jail right now and they're holding you at no bond on 3 charges. You understand that part so far?
3 charges for what?
Okay, well, let me make sure we at least start out at least at a common spot. You recognize you're in the jail, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were in jail because you were arrested on a warrant for your arrest. So far, so good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The judge signed a warrant for 3 counts. 1 count was for an aggravated battery. 1 count was for regular battery, and 1 count is preventing someone from being able to call 911. I'll tell you more specifically about the facts, but don't say whether you agree or disagree. It's just to, since people are arrested sometimes on warrants, they don't know, they don't remember what it's exactly about. But this involves a Magic Blender, the blades for Magic Blender supposedly being hit on a Mr. Vaughn back on July 30th of 2020. So the allegations: aggravated battery, and deprivation of 911 call. So listed victim, Ronald Vaughn. So no contact with him, maintain a separate residence from him, don't possess any weapons or firearms, and don't go to where Mr. Vaughn lives. In the event that you have any property where Mr. Vaughn lives, you can return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings. You contact law enforcement, they'll accompany you to the property. Do you understand that so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your bond on each count, 3 counts, $1,000 each, so $3,000 total. Once you post the bond, you'll be released onto pretrial release with the conditions that I mentioned. Does that make sense now?
I gotta have $3,000 to get out?
Well, sometimes people go through sureties and can post as little as 10%, and then they can get out of jail. If you can't afford to post the bond, your lawyer can schedule a hearing in front of the judge assigned a case to try to get you a bond, okay? A lower bond. Do you understand?
I've never been to jail before, sir, so I guess I do. I guess.
That's all right.
I understand.
I promise you, many people have gone to jail for the first time and figured out how to get out. Up until this point in time, you've been held no bond. You can they have phones that are available for you to use, make free phone calls to bondsmen, sureties they also are called, and they'll assist you with the process of contacting other people to try to post your bond. So post the bond, you'll get out of jail. If you can't post it, your attorney will be able to schedule a hearing for try to reduce the bond, okay? All right, thanks.
Next court date on demand.
All right, next case, last name COSME.
PD approved.
All right, you're in custody for battery on a family or household members. That phrase is defined by law. There is probable cause to believe the offense occurred. Since the victim's not here, I have to order that you have no contact with the listed victim, maintain a separate residence, don't possess any weapons or firearms, don't return to where the victim resides, except for one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings. The way that works is, did you hear me explain to the last person how that works? Okay. So you're entitled to bond. I'm about to hear about prior criminal history for me to set conditions of release. What I've mentioned so far will be the conditions plus a no alcohol condition. Go ahead.
No prior criminal record, Judge.
Okay. So the bond on the case is going to be, is $150 plus pretrial release, and then they'll release you from custody. But you'll have to abide by those conditions. You understand?
That's fine with me.
A little bit louder?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right, thank you.
Next court date is still in jail, August 13th, IFA, August 31st, in courtroom 5B at 11:30 a.m.
Next case, looks like last name spelled D-U-R-D-A-N, first name Summer.
Katie approved.
All right, there's probable cause to believe that you committed a petty theft. Now I'm about to hear and to set conditions of release after I hear about any prior criminal history. At a minimum, you'll be ordered not to return to, that was Walmart, let me just double check. Yeah, all right, so no return to Walmart. Prior criminal history of any?
Judge, the defendant has 3 arrests, one in January 2020 for failure to appear on a petty theft, adjudication guilty. She's out on bond on an Orange County case on May 2020 for petty theft and drug paraphernalia. Well, she's out on one for petty theft. The drug paraphernalia was no action. And violation of conditional release on the January 2020 petty theft case, which was found adjudicated guilty. That is all, Judge.
And what's the status of the case in Orange County? It's a petty theft.
She's out on bond for a petty theft case, 20 MM 3630.
So the bond on this case here is going to be $1,000. Up to this point in time, they've held you without bond because of that Orange County case. Now, that doesn't mean that the state attorney's office, which is the same state attorney's office as here, they could still go to that judge and ask the judge to revoke the conditions of release. But based upon what I heard from pretrial services, I'm not going to revoke the conditions of release. So you have a bond now. Don't return to Walmart, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Next court date is still in jail, August 13th, IFA, September 1st, in courtroom 5B at 10:30 a.m.
Next case was originally listed as a John Doe, but now they have the name of, it looks like it's L-A-V-E-Y, first name Astor.
Katie approved.
He refused, Your Honor.
All right, there's probable cause to believe the offense occurred. Order not to return to the scene of the offense. Any prior criminal history? And we're going to roll it till tomorrow to see if he appears.
He has extensive criminal history, Judge, going back to 1996 here locally, charges of trespass and petty theft. Recently, a January 2020 arrest for violation of Emergency Act. History of the state of Nevada from 2014 to 2019, possession of controlled substance, battery, destroying property, attempted battery. There was a detainer for a Baker Act, I believe, and the jail was asking for ROR so he can be Baker acted.
So if I ROR him, they'll take him over to Park Place, but then once he's finished with Park Place, they'll just release him, is what you're saying? Okay.
That's pretty much what happens. Yes.
All right. I don't, State, do you have a position on that?
No, Judge.
So then, okay. I'll ROR him for the purpose of being Baker Act, but if for some, yeah, that's fine. And then no return to the scene of the offense.
For purposes of Baker Act, Judge.
Yes, sir. And no return to, Dollar Tree is a no return place, okay.
Next court date, September 1st, in courtroom 5B at 10:30 a.m.
Ted, last name Luetticke.
He refused, Your Honor.
Does he have any prior criminal history? I see he doesn't qualify for pretrial release, but I couldn't tell why.
He doesn't qualify because he's self-harm, Judge. We do not release people straight PTR when they'll self-harm. He's waiting to be evaluated. He doesn't have any locals, but had history out of the state of Nebraska, Another DUI back in 2013, possession of controlled substance, charges of laundering money, and disturbing the peace in March 2020. That is all, Judge.
Did you say self-harm, like he's in a crisis unit at the jail or something?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Now, he needs to be watched all the time because of that condition.
All right, so we'll roll it till tomorrow to see if he appears. We'll set the bond at, leave the bond at $2,000. And don't drive without a valid driver's license. I mentioned probable cause. There is probable cause. Right.
Next court date, if still in jail, August 13th, if filed, August 31st, in court 4E at 9:30 a.m.
All right, Felix Santiago Rivera.
PD approved.
All right, so you have a couple cases here. You have a resisting without violence, an open carrying of a weapon, a destruction of evidence, and then you also have a separate case of carjacking and criminal attempt. It says to solicit, conspire, first-degree felony. I'm about to hear about prior criminal history, if any, and then we'll address whether or not conditions of release are appropriate.
The defendant has local history here in 2012, possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, history out of Illinois, charges of aggravated assault, possession of marijuana, no valid registration, no driver's license. There is a warrant for the state of Illinois, but there's no extradition of that.
Did it say what the charge was in Illinois?
Do not see that, Judge. I didn't get that. Let me look at my paperwork. He's a failure to appear for charges of consent. That is all.
Do you know what the let's see. Do you know what the conditions of release were on the Giselle Alvarez? Did it say what the charge was? And they gave her straight PTR. All right, on the resisting without violence, the bond is $500. The open carrying is $1,000, and the destruction of evidence $1,000. On the carjacking, robbery, firearm, the bond in that case is $25,000 plus no contact with the co-defendant. The co-defendant is the name I just mentioned before, Gisela. Is there a microphone by you also? Were you able to hear the name of the co-defendant you're to have no contact with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then the final count, their bond is $1,000.
Judge, is there no contact order with the victim as well?
Of course, yes. But do you know the victim's name?
I have Alberto Bautista.
Okay, so no contact with that person also. Right, so no contact means no good or bad contact, no direct or indirect contact. So a text message is a violation of the no contact order, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, have a good day.
Excuse me.
Court date for 2020 CF 2171 and 2172 on demand.
Actually, Judge, I'm sorry. And was there no weapons or firearms?
Yeah, sounds fair enough. So no weapons or firearms either, okay?
Okay, can you tell me the total of my bond?
The total amount, the clerk will total it up for you in just a moment.
They're gonna give me paperwork?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
$28,500.
If you can't afford to post a bond, your lawyer can schedule a hearing in front of the judge assigned to the case to readdress it, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Deputy, any other cases?
That's it, Your Honor.
All
Thank you.
right.